Good evening, it being 7:01, we're going to be opening up the Town of Halifax Conservation Commission meeting for Tuesday, January 25th, 2024. Those members in attendance is Ms. King, Kathy Evans, Alan Diaz, and Ms. Plant. Absent would be Mr. Lane. Okay. I want to point out that this meeting is being advertised or being recorded by Area 58. This meeting will be able to be viewed on YouTube. Today is our first evening where all of our new hearings will be at 7 p.m. So just bear with us on the schedule. I am going to be looking to take one of these hearings out of order, but the first item on our agenda is number 3 6th Avenue. Okay. Ms. Nelson.
Hi there.
Yes.
Is seated or?
Pardon me?
I said,
No, what you can
Oh,
do, the speaker's over there. Why don't we move that over to, maybe to that side?
Do you want me to move that microphone you're saying over
Yes.
to there? Okay.
So Susan Nelson, 3 6th Ave.
Okay.
So we submitted the plans for clearing the area, you know, in between my house and the neighbor's house, waiting for approval or denial versus what we've submitted and what the board has us required to do, or
Okay.
asked us to do.
Did you submit some of the, a planting schedule?
I sent it today, yep.
You sent it today, did it, send it by email?
Yep, I
Okay.
sent it to both you and Peggy.
Okay. If I may, the Nelsons have been in, I don't know, maybe the third or fourth time. This is the one in the RDA. They wanted to fill in an area which is a large hole in the front yard.
Yep.
They wanted to put some loam in the rear yard, and they wanted to remove some trees, which are probably about 80 feet from the pond. And that's where the controversy rose. I did do an on-site inspection with Mr. Nelson. He did show me the trees that wanted to come down. They ranged from 1 to 2 inch to about a 6-inch caliper. They appeared to be pines. The best of my recollection, what they,
I think, weren't they
excuse me,
maple?
maples.
Oh, maple.
Maples, okay, thanks for correcting me. What they proposed to do was to remove all of the trees. They couldn't do it selectively, and to put up some sort of a screening, and I don't have the names of the trees. Do you know which trees? Do you want the names?
After learning a lot about like trees and what kind, the green giant,
Arborvitaes.
arborvitaes seem to be the most, I guess, ones that will agree with our, you know, our area. So no, because the other ones I picked, he's like, deers like those. I'm like, well, we saw a deer over at the beach, so you know, he helped me pick them out, and with the size that we wanted, for anywhere between 6 to 8 feet, nothing bigger than that.
And this is the one we spoke about last meeting, that the trees have all grown towards the sunlight. They're all caved over.
Yeah.
So I think it would be an improvement. Any members of the boards have any questions?
No, I caught up on the last meeting, I was able to watch it, and thank you for all the work and hard work that you've done. And I'm familiar with the neighborhood, even though I haven't done a site visit. And I'd agree with their choice, that it would be an improvement, and replacing the trees is sufficient to what you're removing. And I have no issues with you filling in your front yard and things like that.
Okay. Kathy?
No. No questions.
No questions? That's fine.
No questions.
Any members of the audience have a question or comment on 3 6th Avenue? No? I would be looking for a motion.
Do we have a folder on it or?
We do. And it looks like the last thing received was June 25th. So nothing new.
Yeah, it took me a little bit to go back and forth with the landscaper, but he sent it to me this morning.
Nope, that's okay. So there's nothing new in the folder from June 25th.
So we'd be approving it based on the email that she sent us?
Yeah.
or-
And
which
Yes,
we don't have?
and there's I did see the trees, or I did see, these are the areas that were disturbed. I did see something from them, which I thought she was going to send to Peggy. But, I talked to Peggy at 5 tonight. There was just some other issues. But I think at the Green Giant arborvitae's.
So it was replacing, I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So it was replacing taking those trees down, putting in the arborvitae's, filling in that indentation in the front yard?
Yep.
And was there anything with a retaining wall, or was there something?
That's the retaining wall was Ocean Avenue.
Not, okay, no.
No, the other side, like just the lawn and the
front-
grass
The grass on the front of the,
considered the back of the house towards the water, yeah.
okay.
Like I said, no fertilizer, just hydro seeding and fingers crossed that something grows. But just more getting rid of the hole and the trees. I did resubmit more pictures with the landscaper description, so that shows where they overhang the wires and, interfere with that. So that was the other concern for us, to take them down and have something that grows straight versus over the wires.
So just want to make sure that, because the original, when she came in front of us originally for the RDA, it was stated that it was going to be a fence, potentially. The arborvitae's were not part of that, so when we approve this or issue a negative determination, is there a way to have in that it is conditional upon the arborvitae's replacing?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
we could place that order in.
Okay.
Yeah,
If
and
you-
then along with like the procedure that we need to do to put when he does the loam and that, I know there was a
The
question
silts.
of how to put it on so that it doesn't go back into the water. So if you could just put that in so I can give that to him. I'm sure he knows, but just so,
So
he's-
maybe if you want to make a motion that would require a siltation barrier, something that's removable on the pond's edge, just to clean up that area.
Okay. I'll make that motion. I'll make a motion to issue a negative determination for the RDA, conditional upon the arborvitae's replacing the trees and a siltation barrier being installed where you plan to do the loam and seeding.
Yeah, okay.
I'm looking for a motion, second for that?
Second.
Okay. I'm going to have you seconded for discussion. I just want to make a comment that once the project is completed, please provide us with some photographs
Okay,
so that we know that it was done.
all right, so one.
You can do that in 3 months or 6
All
months.
right, I was gonna say,
Yeah,
'cause
yeah,
I
you
don't
don't have to do it the
If
next day,
summer's
just,
not the best time to be planting those.
correct. So when it's
bushes,
done,
they dry
you've
out,
got some
but-
time on this, so
Okay.
when it's done, just provide the office with some proof.
The finished product, I can do that.
So I have a motion and a second, I'll go to a vote. All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Okay, 4-0. You're all set?
All right.
We'll be sending you out. I don't know that we've got the paperwork. Is there any paperwork in there?
I
Sign.
gave Kathy the folder.
Was that right there?
Let me just see if
Looks
the,
like the signature page is there.
okay. We will be signing that. You need to wait until you get this and then during the appeal period. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All set then?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Just make sure this is on. Where do we see the property?
This is gonna go on the back page of the RDA.
Okay.
Hmm.
So there's nothing that says that this is the right property?
No, other than,
Oh, here
it's
we
in
go.
the folder.
This, okay.
Actually, just signing the last page. She'll
Okay, yeah.
incorporate them all.
This was with it though, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll let them sign it. The next matter on the agenda is 265 Montponton Street, DEP number SC-171-0578. That is going to be a new hearing. I'm going to ask that the advertising notice be read into the record.
Notice is hereby given of a public hearing conducted by the Halifax Conservation Committee under the provisions of MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and Chapter 146 of the Town of Halifax, on Tuesday, June 25th, 2024, at 7 p.m. at the Halifax Town Hall, to consider the notice of intent filed on May 13th, 2024, by JDE Civil Industry of Northeastern Mass on behalf of the applicant at 265 Ponset Street, Reality Trust of South Mead, for a proposed development of 2 multi-unit buildings for 55 plus senior housing, pickleball court, pool house with pool, associated parking and garages, and site utilities and grading. Each building will have 36 units for a total of 72 senior housing units, and stormwater management at the property located at 265 Montponton Street, shown on Assessor Map 64, Lot 10. Copies of the filing are available at the Conservation Commission's office at the Halifax Town Hall per request by emailing Peggy Salter at halifax-mass.org or by calling 781-590-3872.
Okay, good evening. Identify yourself for the record.
Good evening, David Eastridge with Thorndike Development. This is actually our second meeting on this hearing. This isn't the first, so I wanted to make that point initially.
Okay,
We were continued to this date.
okay. I apologize.
No problem.
Just going by the agenda.
Just to set the record straight. So for this evening, I don't plan a large presentation. We just received peer review comments from Ecosystems yesterday, and we have our comments from Pat Brennan from a week or two ago. So we're in the process of responding to those comments. And for the most part, everything is crystal clear and the like. There was one topic I did want to bring up in front of the commission, as I thought you might have some specific helpful input. And that was Brandon Finoff had a comment about us investigating alternate locations for the replicated wetlands. And so we're certainly open to that. We chose, let me see if I can get it.
Yeah, can you get to the page?
I can get it on here. Are they controlling this or not?
There's a button. Let me see if I can press
It's
the.
touch screen, so I can get it.
Okay.
I had a little bit of experience with this last week with planning.
That picture there shows the wetlands replication area.
There we go.
Okay.
This is
I
what-
just bear with me. I think
Sure.
you set up right first. This.
You can zoom in. Oh, you zoomed out, I think.
I zoomed out. Okay. Is that okay? I don't know how to.
That's, that's totally fine.
Okay.
Um,
Can you, before you get going, just for the members of the audience and the board, kind of show us which areas, the wetlands areas, the
Sure.
buffer zones, and so forth?
Yep. So on this plan, blue indicates the wetlands themselves. The magenta line,
That's a man.
the magenta line is the 50-foot buffer, and the yellow line is the 100-foot buffer to the wetlands. So there's a system here that we call Wetland Area A. It's identified with wetlands flags that begin with the letter A. This is what we call Wetland System B, kind of both of these together, and Wetland System C is kind of off the page down here. This was a project that was permitted way back in 2014 and 2015. It was issued an order of conditions at that time. The project was abandoned midstream, or actually very, very much at the beginning. So there was some work done on the site, some pavement installed, some utilities, a foundation located right here for a 6-unit building, and then the project basically stopped. So part of that order of conditions required a wetlands replication area to be constructed right here. And so when we took on a new project at the same location, we figured, well, we should continue that installation of the wetlands area as previously approved. So that was what was behind us choosing this location, because presumably 10 years ago, the Conservation Commission approved that location. So fast forward to today, we have a comment saying, have you considered other locations? Because this area has some very large mature trees in the area. It's also steeply sloped, so you have to kind of batter back the slope a little bit and disturb more area. Plus, I agree with the comment that looking at it fresh today, it's probably not the best location. Also, we don't plan to do any work in this area, but you have to get to this, right? So by its very nature, you're gonna have to get equipment, fairly large excavation equipment, down through this area just to get it, which is more disruption of the existing vegetation. So again, we're open to the idea. We think it's a good one. He did not recommend a specific location, so I wanted to just see, I know you have also received these comments just yesterday, so you may not have time to process, but let's see this work. Oh, sorry, that's something. So based on assumed criteria of trying to find a location that is obviously adjacent to a wetland, expands a wetland, that disturbs little existing wooded area, and also perhaps is in an area that's farther away from development, and also in an area that's maybe not so steeply sloped. I was eyeing this location down here. Well, that's really impressive.
Yeah.
So this location, we won't get too close, over here, as a potential location. So I wanted to see whether the commission had any initial thoughts. That area is not particularly steep. There's probably one large tree that needs to be taken down in order to get adjacent to those wetlands. It's about the spot farthest away from any development, and that closest development is actually some bioswales associated with the pickleball courts. So that was really the only specific topic that I wanted to bring up, and planning on responding in writing on all the comments from the peer reviewers.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair?
And of course, listen to what other comments you might have or questions for me today.
How many mature trees would need to be removed from the original area now that it's 10 years later?
I would say about 4 to 5, and they're quite large pine trees. They're, I would say 30-inch plus diameter, fully mature, 75 footers, that type of thing. That's what's kind of right there. The ones adjacent to Wetland A over there, they're still generally large. They're more hardwoods and are probably more in the 18 to 24-inch range. But again, I think we can find a spot where maybe we don't even take one of the big ones down, and it's just more of the, let's say, scrub that comes down.
Thank you.
Any other questions relative to the replication area?
With wetland A, would you disturb less vegetation as you would with the original that was approved in 2014?
Yes, there would be less disturbance of vegetation.
You said replication area A, wetlands area A?
Yeah,
The wetlands area is
A
that.
would have less than is
Yeah,
original.
getting access to that area, right now it's meadow that essentially surrounds it. There's kind of about a 20-foot wooded buffer that encircles it, and then I think probably either as when it was farmland or cleared as part of the previous development, it really turns into straight on meadow. So just tall grasses, really no woody vegetation.
Okay. Kathy, any questions?
No, I don't,
Yeah.
thank you.
I personally don't see an issue. I think that's
Okay.
something you could propose.
We'll include that in our.
As long as the soils in that area are conducive. I know we did ask for some soil logs, but as long as I'm assuming you've got some hydric soils in that area, you're gonna come up with the same replication plan as you had in the back?
Yes, we'll come up with the same level of detail that we have there. I mean, probably move those details over, if you will, in terms of the plants and the spacing and the like. This is a lot just easier, area to get to. Normally, I think the previous location was chosen because the disturbance was adjacent to that wetland. So typically you do the restoration area adjacent to the wetlands that you disturb. So this would be adjacent to a different, wetland. But again, if that's the pleasure of the commission and the peer reviewer, we're open to it.
I
And I
think
kind of
that-
agree with the comments.
Yeah, I think the commission would be okay with it. What you're gonna have to do is resubmit that, then it'll have to be re-reviewed to make sure that it conforms to our regulations.
Yeah, we'll submit it as part of our response to comments, oral response.
I don't really think you need to vote on that. I think you've got the general
Sure.
consensus.
Yeah, understood. I had one other kind of detailed question. There was a request to do a stakeout for limit of work and proposed structures within the buffer zone.
Okay, if you don't mind,
Sure.
could we stay with the review portion and then we'll get into that? Was there any other comments that were on the review? There was some more comments on the review.
Yeah.
If you want to just deal with that, and then as far as taking out, we can deal with that last.
Again, I've received the comments. I've had a chance to review them. I don't really have any questions or concerns about the other comments.
Okay.
I think they're straightforward and to address. I don't think there's anything particularly controversial there.
No.
So I'm happy to kind of go through them and give you kind of where we're headed on our responses, but, or you can choose to wait for kind of the formal written responses.
Let me just ask, they're asking for some additional sedimentation controls, which would be fine around your basins.
Yeah.
There's a question, there's no location here, of the potential vernal pool. No, the wetlands replication is currently proposed next to the potential vernal pool. So that comment would be eliminated if you remove it and put it in wetlands area A.
Not necessarily. Wetlands A is also a potential vernal pool.
Okay?
So both wetlands A and B are potential vernal pools.
Okay, so this comment, as far as where the location is presently, where you proposed it, we can get rid of that comment and we'll have to deal with the vernal pool on the next set of comments.
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Would the replication disturb the vernal pool at all?
No, it needs to touch it, basically to be at that same grade. And usually you want it to be contiguous for, the critters to be able to kind of expand their environment. But you don't actually go into the wetlands themselves.
Okay, any other questions?
So as of this moment, they're not registered vernal pools, they're just suspected.
They're potential vernal pools, they are not certified vernal pools. We submitted a report, this predates the chair being on the commission, but we did an ORAD process, and we also did a environmental assessment of the site. That has been submitted to the commission. That included a study of the vernal pools. The conclusion was that they were eligible to be vernal pools and to be certified. And that, it was actually kind of an odd thing, but it was a condition of the ORAD approval to do a vernal pool study. So we've done that study. The commission previously voted to accept that study as satisfaction of that condition of the ORAD. So anyways, there's information that we've submitted regarding the study and the quality of the vernal pools and exactly, again, their environmental, let's say, status, if you will.
Okay. The comment number 3 indicates that there is no copy of the ORAD. Could you provide that just in case? We've had some transitions in staff, so just could you, if you don't mind, sending it to the office and also send it to Ecosystems?
Yep, sure. Yeah, Patty got a copy on the 30th, January 30th, and then the approval from the commission was on February 27th, just FYI.
Yeah, if you can just CC him that so he can.
Yep, and we have meeting minutes too from that.
And on number 5, which is basically recommending some special conditions on the replication area, which I don't really see any problem with. They'll carry over to the front area that you're going to replicate.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
there are department comments Chief Shaz has no comments when Peggy sent out the email on this project. The Board of Health responded on June 5th of 2024. When the Board of Health receives the septic proposed plan, we will ensure the MS4 requirements from COMCOM are adhered to. And the building department responded that there were no comments for the project at this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I actually believe that those responses were related to the stormwater permit, not the notice of intent.
Correct.
Just for
Yeah.
clarification, but I recognize that there is plenty of overlap.
Yeah, there is overlap and there's a lot of confusion, and
Yeah.
he's correct, that was on the stormwater. We submitted the stormwater. What's happened, though, is some of the emails say 266, and they're actually 265. With those numbers very close, and there's so much going on, so there has been a little confusion there.
No, that's okay, they're in
It-
both folders, so I wanted to make sure they went on the
Yeah,
record.
the comments would be specifically required for stormwater management, not necessarily for the NOI. But we still have a ways to go on the NOI. So you had a question as to why we're gonna, and we'll discuss this, and my email to the Thorndikes was that I think we would like to see the limit of work staked out prior to the construction. My reasoning, and the board can agree or disagree, is that you got a very large area out there. You know, we're volunteers. We would like to go out to see, at least I would like to go out to see just how close you're gonna be to the wetlands versus a plan. And it's a requirement that we're asking all of our engineers to do, so that when we go out to do a site visit, we're not guessing as to where the structure's gonna go, because we're gonna be lost out there. So, a limit of the work, I think, and maybe the corners of the buildings. I don't think we'd ask you to stake out the whole building, but if you go up into this area here, if you can flip the next page, sure how this works. Building. So if you bring me to the, see right in this area here?
Yep.
Okay, I mean, there's your
100 foot.
there's your 100 foot.
Yep.
But you have garages,
Yep.
you got a swimming pool, you
Retaining
got
wall.
everything that's all within the 50.
Mhm.
So, and then you got whatever that other structure is there, can't see it from here. So
Cabana.
that was my reasoning for that, and I have requested that for all projects, and I think that moving forward, that we're gonna require that in all projects. And I think really, if you wanna just drop down a bit, this is the most impactful area here. You got the garages, and then you've got this swimming pool area.
Yeah.
Down below, I mean, all you really have is some grading in here, but
Yeah.
I think as part of the order of conditions, that we're gonna require that some posting be done so that the contractors realize that there's not gonna be any activity beyond this point, and that is the 50 foot.
So, no objection to performing the survey. I've actually teed it up with our surveyor already. My question was, are you looking for locations just within the 100 foot, or kind of the 100 foot plus a little in terms of locating the structures? I understand locating the limit of work we'll do along the entire edge anyways. Honestly, we can use that same survey for our, hopefully a future silt fence location, so we have to do it anyways.
I'll kind of pull the board on this, but, you know, I think it's important that we're gonna go out and do a site visit at some point, that we know where the structures are gonna go. I would be more concerned of activities, which is our jurisdiction, between the 50 and the 100. Does the board sort of concur with that? So I think that if you've got some activity between the 50 and the 100, that we'd like to have some idea as to where it is.
So we'll do the structures inclusive of the retaining walls between the 50 and the 100, because the retaining walls are often the structure closest to the wetlands. Okay, great, that's clarity for me.
Just to be sure, you're going to be locating this 50-foot line here, the limit of work, which is going to be that particular line. And then if you drop it down a little bit, I mean, the only thing you have in this area here,
Oh, sorry.
you don't have, you got a limit of work here.
Yeah, we have a limit of work, and then there are actually no structures in this case.
Correct.
within
So,
100 foot.
so all I think the board would be looking for is just the limit of work in this particular area, and then as you drop it down, then obviously the limit of work here with your siltation.
We have garages,
and, you know, just-
retaining wall, pool.
Correct. You know, we don't need the four corners of the pool, we just need something to show us that's where the pool is gonna be. And then also here, you don't have much here because you got some drainage, so
Yeah,
I think in this particular area, the limit of work should be sufficient.
Yeah, we'll do the limit of work and maybe the corner of the pickleball court or something, so you can get your reference.
Is everybody on the board okay with that? I don't really need a vote, but,
No, it's a great idea, I like
okay,
it.
okay, good.
I see Mr. Brennan is in attendance. I don't know
Okay.
whether.
No, I'll let you finish up. If there's anything else you want to present?
No.
Where we do not have a complete set of plans and everything has not been approved, I'll ask Ecosystems if they want to make any comments, but we won't take any official action. Hopefully we will be able to get a site visit, because this stuff here is stuff that you in the Ecosystems can work out.
Mr. Chairman, Ecosystems is in-house.
I know that. You're next. So, if you're done presenting, we'll see Mr. Ecosystems and see if he's got any comments. And then I think we're gonna probably ask that we have a site inspection.
Sure. Yeah, the survey will be ready before the 4th. So, we can coordinate offline as to the date of a site inspection. But just to let you know, I've teed it up already pending clarification this evening. So they'll have it done before the 4th of July.
Okay. Mr. Faniff, any comments? If you do, I'll have you come up to the speaker.
After listening to all that, I actually don't, you covered it all.
Okay, all right. From now on, just,
I'd also like to,
okay, just go to the mic, because we have everything on tape, and you get the cameras will get you in.
Thank you, Brandon Fanoff, Ecosystem Solutions. I'm the wetland scientist peer reviewer for this project. Yeah, I had comments, but they were all covered in the discussion, so there's really, I don't have anything substantial more to add.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also want to introduce you to Margaret Bacon, who's also with the ecosystem staff, and she's a professional engineer and a professional wetland scientist too, so she helped me out with this one.
Okay. So you'll be undertaking the balance of the review, which isn't very complicated. I don't see it. I don't think there's, the issues with the vernal pool and the replication area are all standard. Sedimentation controls, okay.
Yes, and the suggestion to put the replication area over by the A-series wetland, I personally don't have an issue with that. I think there's going to be less disturbance over in that area, which is the whole reason why we brought the compliment. Actually, it was Margaret. We credit her for getting on top of that, so. Yeah.
I think the commission's glad you did that, because we haven't been on the site and we didn't know there's 30-inch pine seeds in the replication area.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was down on the site, and I took a picture of it, and it's in the, our review. It was a beautiful little frog pond with all sorts of activity in there. And it would seem like such a shame, seemed like such a shame to go in there and it's not only the tree removal, but the amount of grading that's gonna be required to get to the proper elevations. It would be a lot of disturbance, so I'm glad the applicant, took a look at it and says he agrees, so I think we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Yeah, and as far as the vernal pool certification, it sounds like the study was done and they are certifiable.
Yes.
So that really goes back to the commission as to whether or not, as part of a condition of the order, you could require certification. I think it would add some extra protections in the long run and offset. Excuse me. The site is going haywire today, but offset any potential adverse impacts to recreational design.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. I am going to open it up to the audience just for some brief questions, but we don't have a full, complete plan. So is there anybody in the audience that wants to comment on the notice of intent for 265 Montponton Street? Okay. What's the board's pleasure. Did you have another comment, Dave?
I think at this point, I just ask for a continuance to the next hearing.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is get some feedback from the board and who wants to do a site visit. Because of the nature of this project, I think we do need to do something, so. I would be first looking for a motion if we're going to do a site visit, and then we can coordinate with the office. If there's gonna be more than 3, then we will post that.
I think it would be beneficial if the whole board could go out. That way that we've all seen it, like all the boards have done with multiple other large projects to this scale.
Okay. You wanna make that motion, and we'll go to discussion?
I make a motion that the entire board go out to do a site visit for 265 Monpont Street
Okay, what-
because of the scale of the project.
I'm looking for a second.
A second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 400. What I would suggest, your schedules are tougher than the rest.
This is my last meeting. So, my term was an interim term, and it's over on the 30th, and I'm not being reappointed. I'm choosing not to be reappointed due to my schedule. So, I won't be a member of the board after this meeting.
Okay, well, we got a motion in a second. I think Peggy can coordinate through the office to find the schedule. Your schedules are probably going to be worse than mine. I'm usually available. It's going to be after the 5th of July, and we'll have a posted meeting. It'd be some morning, some afternoon, whatever.
Sounds
Both
good.
you guys have full-time jobs.
Could I just request more than 24 hours notice? It's hard when the email comes in within only 18 hours notice or so to go out to do a site visit. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it makes it hard for me to be able to get.
Okay, I'm not clear.
No, I just like 24 hours notice of when we're gonna go.
Okay, my suggestion would be that you can coordinate your schedule with the admin and her schedule.
Okay,
I can make the rest.
okay.
All right, if it's during, do you think it's going to be after it will be after the holiday, a Saturday, let me see, the 5th? Yeah, I mean, potentially, I don't know if either one of you are working that Saturday after the holiday.
I'm working.
You are working, okay.
That's my weekend off, so we have opposing weekends.
I work every weekend.
Do you? Okay, I'm every other.
What is your schedule, mornings? Can you do it in the afternoon?
Yep.
Okay, if potentially you can do it in the afternoon?
Yeah.
I think the best thing to do is you email Peggy with your schedule, and you with hers, and she'll post the meeting accordingly, and she can just call me and we'll post the meeting.
Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. I'm looking for a motion to continue.
Could I make a
I'm sorry,
comment?
yes.
So I like the suggestion of ecosystems to require the certification of the vernal pools. So how do we go about requesting that? Do we need to wait until the continuation of the hearing?
Mr. Estridge, I'll let
Yeah,
Hannah answer that if,
no, I think, you know, if that's a request of the commission, it would get rolled into the conditions as part of the order of conditions. You know, so it doesn't have to be, you know, done now. It's just as long as it's done before anything is issued.
And
okay,
I
So
agree with
yeah.
we'll include a discussion
I
on
agree
it.
with Melanie
Yeah,
on
Okay.
that.
okay.
yeah, we'll include a response in our response to comments since it is on the list from ecosystems. And we can go from there.
Okay, I'm not that familiar, so I'm just gonna ask Brenda, if you don't mind, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. She's got questions on the vernal pool. Is that standard operating procedure to include that in the order of conditions? Are you gonna certify anything prior?
I agree, Mr. Chairman, that would be standard fare for an order, a condition, a special condition in the order of conditions. That's,
Okay.
and then you can, you know, you can put timelines, like we need to see the paperwork before you break ground or before an occupancy permit is issued, something like that, so, yeah.
Okay, very good, thank you. Any other questions? I would be looking for a motion to continue 265 Monpont Street
I make a motion to continue 265 Monset Street to our, would you like our next meeting or the meeting after that?
July 9th, please.
Fine.
To our July 9th meeting.
I'm looking for a second.
I second.
All in favor? Okay.
Aye.
400.
Thank you very much.
We're going to schedule for 7 PM, not saying that you're going to be on at 7 PM.
Yep.
Thank you. If the audience doesn't mind, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hearings with Mr. Webby on Hilda Lane, which I think are going to take some time, but we do have one hearing that I think will be very quickly, which is 347 Elm Street. Do the parties from Hilda Lane, Haywood, any objection to that?
No.
No, okay. Do we have someone here on 347 Elm Street, Collins Engineering? Yeah, yeah.
I'm the owner, but I'm not from Collins Engineering.
You're the owner. Okay. Is Collins going to be here?
It's supposed to be.
Do you want to wait? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah, no
We'll
problem.
wait, yeah. Okay, next item on the agenda is 8 Hilda Lane roadway, DEP number SE 171-0504. On the agenda, it says it's a continued hearing, so I'm assuming that it is continued from whatever date. Identify yourself for the record, please?
They're here, I'm sorry. He was outside, so.
Oh, okay. Do you mind?
No, I don't know.
Do you mind? Okay. Okay, just hold on a second. I'm gonna have you go to the microphone. We're gonna read the meeting notice, and we'll have you. I have no idea what he's. How do you say to move it? We're gonna move to.
I believe it's a touch screen. Do you want me to just try to touch that
If you don't mind,
tab?
I'll have him touch it. 347
Okay.
Elm Street, right at the end.
Okay, there you
Okay.
go.
This is a new hearing. Can I have you read that into the record?
347 Elm Street, Halifax, Mass. The public notice is hereby given of the public hearing conducted by the Halifax Conservation Commission under the provisions of MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, Wetlands Protection Act, in Chapter 164 of the Town of Halifax, on Tuesday, June 25th, 2024 at 7 p.m. at the Halifax Town Hall, to consider a notice of intent submitted by Collins Civil Engineering of West Bridgewater on behalf of John Tagliani of Halifax, Mass. for proposed construction of a detached garage at 347 Elm Street, Halifax, Mass. shown in Assessors Map 7, Lot 2S. Copies of the filing are available at the Conservation Commission's office at the Halifax Town Hall per request by email, peggy.salter@halifax-mass.org, or by calling 781-590-3872.
The meeting is now open. Identify yourself for the record, please.
Good evening, everyone. For the record, Peter Lyons with Collins Civil Engineering Group, here tonight with the property owner. First, let me start by apologizing. I saw the busy agenda and I posted it. We were on the second one, so I was just hanging outside. We're here tonight with the notice of intent for a proposed detached garage measuring 28 by 28 off the back of an existing dwelling.
Do you mind bringing that up? I
Can
think you could touch it.
I'll do this.
I think you just did it.
Cool.
That's it.
Just a quick overview of the site. This is a 150 by 300 foot lot. We have wetlands to the north, and wrapping around the eastern portion of the site, there's an existing home shown up front. This red box is our proposed 28 by 28 foot detached garage. The proposal is to allow some separation between the existing home to maintain the existing walkway, as well as utilize the driveway space that's existing as crushed stone. So the proposal is to be as close as 28 feet to the resource area, right in this area. Erosion control is going to start at an existing shed, basically paralleling the edge of existing driveway up to the road. It's a relatively flat site, already previously disturbed area within the buffer zones. So basically that's our proposal. We did get some comments back from the review stating that they considered the wetland line to be very conservative. We're not really trying to move that around, but basically based on the comment letter, we would be more like 50 feet from where it's really wet, but our proposal is 28 feet off the wetlands as shown.
That's the line you're showing.
Yep, that's the line right there as delineated by Brooke Monroe. Lot disturbance is approximately 1,000 square feet, all occurring within the 100-foot buffer. As previously noted, it is existing driveway, previously disturbed areas. The site is not in a flood zone. Based on the topography and existing features of the lot, not really any other place to practically put this, so it does put us within jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. So I guess at this time we'd open it to any questions or concerns.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it up to the board. Ms. King, any questions on this? I don't know if you had a chance to do a site visit.
Is there a way to make it smaller so you're not so close to the wetlands?
Okay. Let me get in. Before we get into that, let me just make a, Kathy and I did a site visit, not at the same time. The wetlands line is very deceiving. What I saw out there is this is Burridge Pond. You can correct me. This is Burridge Pond here, and I didn't actually see the flags, but I thought they were looking at the BVW from the Burridge Pond. But this area in here is very, very flat. An area here is a walking path that goes out beyond the pond. It's a relatively flat area. I think that line, and I'm not a botanist, these two, the ecosystems and them will determine where that line is. But I think the line on the plan is not really descriptive of what's actually on the ground. So ecosystems went out and did an analysis, and I think they're going to agree with us. So,
In the order of conditions, and I'm not saying that it's Mr. Tadegli's responsibility to do it, but is there a way to ask Fish and Game or the homeowner if it is his responsibility to reflag that area as part of the conditions? Because it really should be flagged.
if you can explain to me what the advantage of is reflagging. I mean, we've got a situation, we've got a garage, there's no place else to put it. I think the line itself, as they depicted it, is very, very, very conservative, and Kathy can either agree or disagree. I don't really see an issue. I think that whole area back there, and there's, I don't know if the plan shows it, but isn't there a stone, somebody put stones there or something to keep the driveway together somewhere in this area?
Yeah, that's correct. It's some minimal stone wall retaining
Right.
for the driveway.
And all your activity is that the stone wall there? I can't see.
Yeah, so it's kind of tough to see. We show like a ripply, that's the tree line, and the stone basically comes right up to that. So our proposed work is all occurring, within the cleared limits. As mentioned, changing the line or reflagging it, based on the report, it's only going to push the wetland line back and appear to give us more separation. So this is a very conservative or worst case approach. We did kind of scale in the existing wetland line from the site plan from 1990. which shows the wetlands way back here. So there's some spots, that's a 50-foot discrepancy. So, you know, the wetland analysis, it does change a little bit over time, but it's, you know, it's the professional's opinion of where it is. So it's not gonna be the same for everyone. So we kind of took this as a worst-case approach, and that's the numbers we're going off of.
If I could, to get your question answered, I'll have Brendan just come up and speak to the report. For some reason, I don't have the report. I do remember, you want to speak to the report? Just identify yourself, and they can tell you what they found out there, and then you can continue on with your motion.
Okay, again, my name's Margaret Bacon. I'm a wetland scientist and licensed engineer. And I did the site review last week. And so we did review the line, and there is a walking path. Comes through here, and this wetland was on the upgradient side of that walking path. And so that kind of got our attention. And so looking at the vegetation, you know, a lot of the vegetation was upland species. And then we did a lot of soil samples, you know, right along that line. And all the soil samples were coming up gold. And I actually, you know, included one in the peer review report just to document every area along that wetland line was definitely upland soils. And a lot of the wetland plant, or the vegetation, even based off of the consultant's own letter, were a lot of upland plants. So it really didn't meet the criteria of a wetland this far up. Nor were we gonna, so just looking at it, and we just kind of, you know, roughly paced off. So anywhere from 20 to 50 feet back, that you probably could have moved that wetland line. So with that said, we also looked at where the proposed garage is going, and we agree there's really no other practical location for that garage, and, you know, minimal disturbance. And so we look at this, and you have two options. The wetland flag could either be reflagged, but I always have concerns flagging on other people's property. You know, some people don't like their property with wetland flags on it. Knowing that this is the worst case scenario, what's shown on this plan, and there is really going to be minimal to no disturbance for that garage construction. And I think the closest spot to the wetland, they said 28 feet, is probably greater than 50 feet. So I think that, you know, you could go ahead and approve the plan as is, but just not confirming that wetland line. Or option two is have them, you know, go out there and take another look at that wetland line and relocate it. But I don't know.
Is
What's
there,
your gain?
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, is there anything to gain, would make any difference relocating the line? No.
No.
Ms. King?
May
I want to share this with the
Okay.
rest of the board. In figure 2 of their notice of intent, it says they have estimated habitats of rare wildlife and certified venom pools and priority habitats of rare species. Wouldn't be uncommon, especially abutting Burridge. But I think that that's important for the board to take into consideration.
I have to apologize. That's not Burridge Pond, is it? That isn't, Burridge is, I think Burridge is down further.
Burridge is
Down further.
south.
So I have to apologize for that. I saw the pond in the walking and Burridge got stuck in my head.
Yeah, there should be.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Brandon Fanuc, Ecosystem Solutions. We do a comprehensive review of not just the wetland boundaries, but all other critical areas, you know, like estimated habitat, priority habitat, flood zones, outstanding resource waters, ACECs, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't remember this being within estimated habitat. Am I crazy?
I don't have that map offhand. You said it was not, or it was?
It was, I'm passing down the
It is?
map, what's in our folder now.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, if it's an estimated habitat, the procedure is to send Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program a copy of the notice of intent. They then have 30 days in which to do a review and make a determination of take or no take.
There is a notice for national heritage in there and signed by Mr. And the homeowners, so I don't, there's no information from National Heritage in the file yet, so I don't know if that's completed.
So I think it has been sent to them, but we have not received any comment back.
Okay, so Natural Heritage has 30 days, right? So if they don't comment in 30 days, you have the green light to move forward. But if they don't, the commission should really refrain from issuing an order of conditions until Natural Heritage has made that determination, because their determination will have impact on the order.
Absolutely. So
Go ahead.
would it be fair to have everybody make their comments, ask questions, and then ask that it be continued until after the 30-day period so we can give National Heritage their due diligence?
I agree, but let's find out when that 30-day period was. I don't have the notice of intent in front of me. Is this the one we needed a correction on page?
Yeah,
It is, and it is corrected in this one.
Okay, what was the date of the filing?
June 5th, 2024. It was received to us. The date for Form 3 is also June 5th, so it wouldn't be after the 4th. It would be July 5th would be the 30 days from when Town Hall received it and it was sent out from the admin office.
I apologize for missing that. I don't know, but the July 9 meeting would be right after 30 days, and if you haven't heard from Natural Heritage, then move forward. I get a feeling that it's going to be a no-take with no conditions, but we'll see.
Mr. Plant had a question.
Yeah, my comment, I was sort of agreeing with Kimberly that redelineating might be beneficial, not for you necessarily, not for the homeowner necessarily, but for future applicants, because if it really isn't that close to the wetlands, then, you know, people will expect us to approve based on what we've done in the past. And if we're approving based on 28 feet distance when it's really 60 feet, that would be confusing to future applicants. And I'm just curious how expensive it is to redelineate the wetland area. Well,
I know that's a relevant question. I don't know that it's appropriate. I guess I'm gonna have to defer to these two gentlemen. You've got a disagreement on the line is further. I guess does Collins wanna come out and redelineate it, or pick up new flags? That's gonna be an expense. I think one of the concerns is that where the building is now and that wetlands line or the limit of work line, that somewhere in the future, the owner or owners aren't gonna be coming back to us looking to remove some additional vegetation. I think that's part of one of the conversations that were held. If that's the case and they move the line back, then they could, I guess, cut what they want. I'll look for general consensus. I don't know that it makes that much difference.
The board in the past, although we're not responsible for federal law, in the past we have required it as a board, and just to stay consistent is why I asked the question. And the fact that potentially, and I definitely defer to whether or not National Heritage has comments or doesn't have comments for my general consistent, because that would weigh heavily for me. But I think it would be beneficial just to have the wetlands so we know that there's not fertilizers going into it, there's not pesticides going into it, that everybody knows, here's my wetland side. And I'm almost sure by federal statute, and I'll have to triple check it, is that it has to be flagged. And oftentimes, living in New England, I mean, they disappear. It's hard to keep them flagged 24/7, 365. I recognize that, but I think when they're before us, we should ask them to do it. I mean, even if they allow the homeowner to do it and not necessarily hire an engineer company as a condition, as long as it's met.
Okay,
And
I don't know that we could have a
pretty accurate.
homeowner come up and delineate the flags. I'm gonna just defer for comments from the review. I don't, you guys have been on the site, I've looked at the site, Ms. Evans has looked at the site.
Here's my suggestion, if there's a real concern about getting the wetland boundary correct, right? Because, let me tell you, this is an unusual situation. I'm usually saying, but the wetlands, there's more wetlands, not less, right? But we wanted to point it out. Basically, the point is that we wanted to say that, yeah, we think the wetland line is conservative, it could go further back, but, you know, what they're proposing here isn't the worst thing we've ever seen. But if you want it reflagged, we, as the peer reviewer, we can go out there and put up our recommended flag locations, because that's part of our job. And we have it in the budget to do that, so, you know, it's already paid for. So instead of having Ms. Monroe come back out, and she may not agree, because, you know, it's her line, she's probably proud of her line, right? So getting to go in either direction can be difficult, but we can go out there and put flags up where we think it is, and then Collins can locate the flags and minimize the cost burden to the applicant.
That'd be great, and Mr. Webby just handed me an idea of just doing the delineation near the new garage, only part of the line, which too may or may not be beneficial.
No, I agree, and keeping the delineation on this property and not the adjacent property.
Yes.
So, it looks like we got a general consensus. Would you like to make a motion to continue it? Along with that motion that the flags within the properties, the homeowner's property, would be rechecked, and that Collins Engineering would update the plan to reflect those particular flags.
If that's what the commission wants, sure.
I move the
You
motion
can so
as
move.
written,
Okay.
or said.
So we have a motion, and just to be clear, those flags, just bear with me, I can't see, would be flagged, it would be from that flag, oh, got it the wrong way.
Looks like
That flag there,
21.
Like nine.
nine to this one?
Like 17.
Okay, so 9 to 17 would be adjusted, so we have a motion, do I have a second?
And second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that motion should have included that we're gonna reconvene this on July 9th. Sorry about that. I thought it was gonna take all this. Okay, the next item on the agenda is 8 Hill Lane roadway, DEP number SC 1710574. It's a continued hearing.
Joe Webby Engineering, and we're here on a continued hearing for the roadway at 8 Hilda Lane. We started this project back in November with the planning board to do a modification to the approved subdivision, which ultimately the planning board asked us to then come to the Conservation Commission before we went any further with the planning board. And then when we got into conservation, we got into natural heritage, and natural heritage took a little while to ultimately issue order of conditions that we had given you, I think, in the last time I was here. So basically, right now, we're looking at peer review on ecosystem for the subdivision.
know how to change that? You know how
I
to
think you
change
just
that,
touch
John?
it. I think you just touch the tab at the top.
Right, that
Yeah, I'll.
said M20, Hilda Lane M20.
When I was looking earlier, I couldn't find the road one.
Is that the one? Is that the correct?
I don't think it's
Not
up
correct?
there.
Okay, so then.
This one.
The next one
I
over.
don't think it's up there.
That one? No? It's gotta be this one then, right? Those are the only other lanes.
Okay, well,
Here it is. Is that?
That's the one?
well, this is the individual lots that we also filed,
Oh, I'm sorry, there's one more over to the right. No, I'm sorry, that's Hayward, not Hilda. No, I think that was it for Hilda.
so I do have the old style, old school.
Okay. Do we still have the easel or no?
Oh, will it sit on the screen? Is there enough room to put that up there, Joe? Or do you need the easel?
Nope, fit it there.
Easel?
Let me just see if I can get it. It's
Yes.
So this is Hilda Lane, as it is now, it's currently a gravel roadway that was approved by the planning board. And ultimately, it used to be 1,000 feet. And we've gone for a site plan or a subdivision modification to reduce it down to about 500 feet and create 4 lots. Originally, I think we had 7 lots. They were crowded up in here, so we modified the subdivision down to 4 lots. And, Echo System went out there to review the lines. We have some of their comments. And, I think that the couple of ones that I think offhand was whether or not there's a flood zone in this area, and then we have a little bit of riverfront comes up in this area that we have, and then there's probably going to be an intermittent stream someplace up in here that we have sent your report to Bracken at Sebacia, and he's investigating that. So we still have some work to do. We just received this, I think, 5 o'clock last night, so. But I think that one good thing is you agree with the DDW. And one other comment, I know Pat Brennan was here a little while ago, but he's reviewing the drainage for the planning board.
Anything else?
Yeah, nothing.
Based on the fact that we just got to review, can you take just a few minutes to go over what the review comments were and what we can expect, because we are going to have to continue this.
We don't have.
Brandon Faniff, Ecosystem Solutions.
Margaret Bacon, Ecosystem Solutions again. So, Webby Engineering submitted 3 NOIs. And so, the one we're talking about right now is just for Hilda Lane. So we tried to keep our comments, so you can see that the property lines are all close to the wetland resource areas. So you'll see in all our comments, some of the comments are redundant. Like, we did go out there and we walked the entire wetland line, and all the flags, they did a nice job. And so I didn't see any areas where that needed to be adjusted. But just keeping it to Hilda Lane, just the extension, the cul-de-sac, the only, comments is, since this property is right, this area right here is where that potential vernal pool, okay?
Is that the area right there?
Yes, yes, and you'll notice that comment in all three of our reviews for each one of these lots, because it's right there. So that's one of our comments, and this possibly being an intermittent stream, and then the floodplain elevation of 28, I think that came up more for this lot 2T. But so back to just the cul-de-sac. Our comments are, you know, there's work is shown outside the 100-year floodplain. So like I say, that would have to be further, you know, looked at by you at that elevation 28. Oh, yeah, and then also too, we get into talking about the amount of wetland impacts here due to this crossing here, but we'll talk about that on the other two.
5 minutes, yeah.
Right, or,
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, Mr. Chair, you know, on this site plan, it shows the whole thing. It shows the cul-de-sac extension, the stormwater basin easement. It also shows the two lots, so it gets a little confusing because this application is supposed to be focusing on Hilda Lane and the stormwater associated with it, but we're still showing the crossing, we're still showing both house lots. So my suggestion is, we already have NOIs for the crossing in each individual house lot. Maybe, I'm just talking out loud here, maybe we remove this, the two house lots and the crossing from this plan, and we just focus on the road extension and the stormwater, because we're gonna be getting back to this for those two other NOIs, because when you add these to this plan, it just makes things confusing. What are you approving in this one? What are you not approving? So, you know, I just wanna make sure that things stay as consistent as possible.
Can I ask a question? Sure. The vernal pool, is that, if you just limited this to Hilda Lane, is that vernal pool gonna be impacted by the road?
The proposed construction, does the vernal pool have any impact on the proposed road construction?
no,
So that would be more if you're going then further into developing the other lots.
right, hopefully there'll be no impacts over there. And anyways, that potential vernal pool is within the right-of-way of the roadway. So that's why we included in these comments.
So, is the proposed road in lot number 2T?
No, well, yeah, that was a little, I'm sorry.
No, I was just asking because there's
Yeah, the,
comments from the Department of Environmental Protection in this report in front of the board. And in the report, but it's specific to lot number 2T. And it says, per DEP, the proponent should demonstrate that the proposed crossing follows the Mass Division of Ecological Restoration Stream Crossing Handbook and the Mass River and Stream Crossing Standards to the maximum extent.
Right, yeah, right now we're on the roadway. That comment is for the crossing for 4T and 2T. I do know it's been said that this is 1T. When we put that on originally for the planning board presentation, the assessors told us that we can't use 1T because the whole lot right now happens to be 1T. So we immediately had to change it to 4T. So that's how that was our fault.
So you can maybe understand my comment about taking the shared driveway and the two lots off of this plan, so there's no confusion.
Mr. Webby?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's just shutting off a few layers in the computer. That's no problem.
At this point, any members of the board, any more questions?
I do.
This report has, and this one's labeled, and correct me if I'm wrong, this one to the board is for 8 Hilda Lane Proposed Subdivision Road. And this one has comments for the wetland resource areas within it, if anyone from the board would like to see it, and then pictures and comments on the vernal pool. And the Riverfront.
I think I did review, this is from Ecosystems. I did review that.
I did too. Yeah, so my question was, it's now, you're saying, within the roadway to be built, the proposed roadway, there is a potential vernal pool in that area, correct?
Just right up in here.
Okay,
So
so,
the pavement associated with Hilda Lane is gonna stop about right here.
uh-huh,
But you see this line is the full easement for the cul-de-sac does go up into the area where we saw a potential vernal pool.
okay, and also the potential intermittent stream.
Right, which, see how this is narrow?
Mm-hmm,
This was flagged as BVW, but it seems to me and Margaret that this flow, at least some time of the year, running in this direction.
There is a connection in it. It says it in the report from the wetland scientists who flagged that.
thank you, so,
Right, so this heads down into the floodplain. If you look at the FEMA map, it shows the floodplain elevation is elevation 28, and I think this is a very important part, because I've spoken to some of the direct abutters, and they're very, very concerned about flooding. And the floodplain issue was not addressed in this NOI at all, so I thought it was very important to bring it up. And, you know, I'm just looking at the elevations that are shown here, and we have an elevation 28 right down in this area. So one of my questions was, what was your protocol for determining the elevations, were the benchmarks used, et cetera, et cetera? Is this an assumed elevation, or is this mean sea level that we're using?
So, when did the NAV 88, so the NAV 88, and then what are we on now?
I think we're still on that idea.
It's still NAV 88, okay. Yeah, this is not on mean sea level. This was the original contours that were submitted and approved by the planning board for the original subdivision. Okay, so we're holding the benchmark that was on that plan. We can obviously check now and get on, compare the benchmarks to NAV 88, and then see where we are to fit with the floodplain, the FEMA maps.
That would be great.
so my question is, it looks like there's a lot of updating that needs to be done, and how do we assure that the potential vernal pools are certified, if they are certifiable? How do we assure that before it moves to any further stage?
So, also in this report, if I may go,
Yeah.
Chair, states that National Heritage has already been out, and they've issued an order of conditions with take with conditions, and their letter was dated April 1st, 2024, for lots 1T and 7T. So some of these areas and questions already may have been addressed by National Heritage because they've already been out.
I'm gonna direct that to Stefan.
Right, and so when I was reading the take with conditions letter by Natural Heritage, it specifically referenced lots 1T and 7T. So I guess the question to Mr. Webby now, because he just stated that the original big lot was called 1T. Is that 1T the whole lot, or is that now a subset?
No. Yeah, when we file with Natural Heritage assumes that we don't do any subdividing. They have to look at the whole site. At that time, it was 1T. So
Right.
that's what they review, 1T.
Okay, so the whole thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we're
Before development.
Right, so with that, with the 1T being the entire lot, it said that they'd cover the whole area. So take with the conditions with a requirement for an eastern box turtle protection plan. So what's gonna happen is the entire perimeter of the construction site is gonna get rimmed with silt fence, or they call turtle protection barrier, just the silt fence that's towed in. And then a pre-qualified turtle biologist is gonna have to go in and do what's called a turtle sweep, and take any turtles that are inside the work area and put them outside the work area on the other side of the silt fence so they can't come back in. Yeah.
One question I have. We're working on the roadway. If you're doing a turtle study, you're gonna do a turtle study on the entire project?
The entire project, because the
Okay,
entire
that's
project
fine.
was lot 1T.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear,
Yeah.
because if you put a silt fence around there, you just want to make sure we're not going to do the same thing for the other two particular lots. So, that's okay.
Well, these two lots here, you know, lots 3T, 1T, 2T, 7T, 4T, they were all part of the original 1T. So, natural heritage does not allow you to subdivide, what do you call it? Segregate, yeah. Yeah, so you have to look at the whole project as holistically. So there will be a silt fence that probably starts down here by this proposed house and the drainage easement, and follows the limit of work all the way up and around and all the way back down.
And your client's prepared to do that, Mr. Bowden?
He's got them, whoever does it, that's the turtle plan, turtle protection plan.
So,
I don't think that it will go all the way around. I think wherever our limit of work is, so I think it's probably gonna be, like Brandon said, from here all the way down to here, and then all the way down to this house.
And then the construction entrance, there's gonna have to be a temporary barrier that goes up every night, so the turtles can't sneak around and come in through the entrance. I'm not kidding.
After construction's ended and things, and correct me if I'm wrong, but don't the turtles come back and lay their eggs and such historically in the same places every year?
Yes.
So personally, I'd like to see a turtle protection plan go forward even after construction, because they're gonna return. I mean, to certain areas, and we have requested it in the past, just for discussion.
Yeah, well, after construction, you just take the silt fence down, and then the turtles can go wherever they want. Some of this has to be done off-season, right? I forget the dates, is it April to October or something like that?
Right, you can't do the turtle protection barrier at certain times of the year, because they hibernate in the wintertime, so they're gonna be underground and you're not gonna find them. So you have to do the protection barrier and the turtle sweep during the active season when they're walking around, so you can actually see them walking around and pick them up, because they burrow. And if you do it in the wintertime, you're not gonna find them.
Right.
Yeah.
in part of your your review, I think you did mention the turtle plan. And then it looked like you had mentioned a bunch of Scrivener errors.
Yeah, that's
on the
still
plan.
stuff.
Brockton High.
All right, were there any other issues, just so that the commission's clear, we're going to, or someone's going to provide us some information on as to whether or not elevation 28 is mean sea level or NVGD? Or I might have it back.
Well, how accurate is it
Okay,
compared to?
the accuracy of okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And that's going to be placed on a revised plan. And it's Mr. Webby's intention to eliminate the roadway from this plan and submit that particular plan. Now, will that affect the NOI filing?
I think we also submit, well, that doesn't help either, because that has the yellow lots on it. No, we'll just strip this down to just the roadway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will that affect your filing as far as the NOI with longitudes and latitudes? Okay.
So, I have one last question. Also in the report, and I don't know if Mr. Webby's provided it, I didn't see it in all of the folders, there's 4 folders for this, guys. That they do an impact and avoidance statement, which is required. Is that already been done and submitted to us?
No, I think that's when we get to the crossings.
Okay.
Okay, so at this point, we need to make some adjustments to the plan. And I think before we continue the meeting, I'm going to ask for any comments from the audience, but just bear in mind that we do not have an official plan. But Okay, what I'm going to do, oh, I'm sorry.
Can I make one quick question?
Yes.
When you do make these adjustments, can you add the certification of the vernal pool to it?
Well, it's, yeah, to answer that question, we don't know if it's certifiable yet.
Oh, okay.
Just, we saw some open water in an isolated pool. It's probably part of the run of intermittent stream, but part of the definition of a vernal pool is that vernal pools can have permanent inlets, but they cannot have permanent outlets, right? Because if it has a permanent inlet and outlet, then it's really a perennial stream, and you're more likely to have fish. And that's a very important part of vernal pools, is that they have to be fish-free, right? So this thing, when we saw it in May and June, the outlet was, there was nothing coming out of it. So it's just a question that we're asking, and is it even certifiable? So some kind of study is going to have to be made if you so wish.
So just a point of information, this vernal pool is not going to be within any of the limit of work for the roadway.
Correct.
Okay.
That's really going to come into play for the lots 2T and 4T in the crossing.
Any other questions? So as a general consensus of the board, I would assume that we'll be requesting a peer review for that area of the vernal pool in the future,
That would be with,
up on the top when we make it to the next two tiers off of the roadway.
okay, I'm not quite following that.
So we're taking off 2 of the lots just to adjust the roadway. But in the future, when we go to discuss the venom pools, would it be the consensus of the board that we're going to request the peer review study for it, to find out whether or not it's certifiable?
They will provide, you're going to provide the information on the vernal pool as part of his contract with.
If you so wish, I can give my observations and recommendations.
That's fine.
I don't know if the applicant is going to agree with it, but we can do that. Now, we're also getting past the vernal pool season, right? So that makes it a little bit tougher.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Webber, do you have something else?
Yeah, for us to show where this vernal pool, or potential vernal pool is, it has to be flagged by somebody. You know, obviously, Sebastian, I would assume, would go out there and look at it first, and then we would survey it, locate it, and put it, because we don't know. We know that it's within the blue. We just don't know how big it is as big as this room, or half as big. We don't know that right now.
Well, I have a picture of it in the report.
I saw.
It's not very big.
Yeah, I saw that. Is this the project you've had redelineated, the delineation expired a number of years ago? You just had it redelineated? Is this the right parcel?
Yeah.
Has this been, the wetlands been rechecked within the last year or so? On this particular project? I remember one of the meetings.
Yeah, when we submitted to you, I think we had lost the 3 years by maybe 2 months or a couple of months. So you had asked for it to be redelineated. And then we hired Sebastian to go back out there. They had done it originally, and I don't know the date. I can obviously look it up, but then that's the line that they had reviewed.
Brandon, would Sebatis recognize that vernal pool in their wetlands delineation?
They can flag around the mean high water mark of the pool, but they may come up with a different conclusion than me as to whether or not it's a certifiable vernal pool.
Were there any wetlands lag adjacent to that, the puddle that I saw the picture, I didn't have any idea as to, well, where it was.
It's near flag 1-25.
being where?
It's in that area, so. Right, basically
Okay.
this little elbow right here. Right there.
So I guess the biggest question is the certification, whether it be certified or not, would it have an impact on the roadway construction? We are going to do that. That's what the
Yeah,
board
as
wants.
far as the Hilda Lane extension and the stormwater, my answer to that is no. That's gonna come, the vernal pool issue is gonna come into play with lots 2T and 4T.
Any other questions from the board?
No, but when we do have letters from abutters to read in when we get to their chair.
Okay, I am going to, is there any other comments from the engineers? Do we have any comments from the audience? Okay, Mrs. Brackett, I'm gonna have to go to the microphone. We have three issues, so now just, we'll keep your comments to the roadway issue.
Okay, so do you want me to read my letter, or is that what you would like me to do?
Is your letter in regard to the roadway, or is it to the whole
Well,
project?
I believe you read it, and I included all three in the letter, so I can read it 3 times if you'd
No,
like me to.
no.
So she also has pictures she provided to the board.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah, in the email one, they weren't labeled properly, I guess, so I printed them all out today and labeled what they were pertaining to.
So just identify yourself for the record, and if you want, I mean, we've read the record, we've read the letter, it's lengthy. If you want to paraphrase it, or you want to read the whole thing, it's up to you. No call.
If you don't need me to read it, I don't need to read it.
Why don't you just quickly paraphrase it, that, you know, you've,
My name is Diane Bradford at 131 Hayward Street. We're in a butter of the property of Hilda Lane, which is up for notice of intent hearing for 3 different matters, which we all know the 3 different matters. All of which they want to construct a roadway and that of 2 separate single-family dwellings with associated site grading, utilities, septic systems, driveways crossing within 100 feet of the bordering vegetated wetlands. Our home is set on the corner of Hayward and Hilda Lane, number 131 Hayward Street. We've lived here since 1987. Over 37 years we have lived here with the notice that the road on Halifax and Hilda Lane, along with the properties of the abutters, have more and more problems with flooding and deterioration. The river that runs through this property has overflowed, and the drainage on the street during rainstorms has become a very great problem, which you will all see in your pictures. In our property alone, we have had flooding in our 3-season room, and just recently we went to put a new pool liner in, and when the liner was taken out, we found issues with the cement from the water beneath the pool, which took many days of pumping the water out for the pool concrete could be repaired. On the back corner of our lot, we have a section of trees which were never flooded before, and now they're flooding. The trees are in jeopardy. It seems like the water level is getting higher and higher. I am very concerned that if this board grants permission for this road and houses to be built that close to the wetlands, it's only can intensify the issue of flooding. I do believe that if the request for this did not interfere with the wetlands and were within the bylaws, then none of us would be here tonight expressing concerns. But since the bylaws are in place for a reason, and one such reason is to protect the wetlands and not to no harm to come to the homes around the said project, then I am asking for the Conservation Committee not to give the variance of any 3 projects your approval. Many people have asked to build on this wetland in the past, and never have they been able to do so. There's endangered species, which we've talked about, and never has the water table been such a problem as it is now. Please take our concerns as taxpayers for many years and not let any more damage be done to this area. I've attached many pictures that will show the damage that has been done to the roads and the property. Thank you, Diane and Mark Bradford.
okay, and before you sit down, I think you submitted 8 pictures?
How many?
I think 8.
Yeah, standing in front of me. If you need me to go back up with them and show them, I can do that.
Okay, you submitted 8 pictures, which we will accept. I don't know if any members of the audience want to see the pictures or any of the, and we'll incorporate that into our record. Any other rebutters regarding the Old Lane roadway?
I have a question.
Excuse me, if you want to go to the microphone? Identify yourself, please.
Yes. Amy Troop, Hillside Ave. I wanted to ask, National Heritage through the chair, when do you have to flag in order to do turtle protection? So, meaning like, how many years, is there a certain guideline on how that turtle protection is put up? You said not to be done in the winter. Is there certain prep work that needs to be done? And is there work that, like, so when you flag the protected land, whether it be Mesa or National Heritage, how long is that flagging good for?
Okay. Appears to be multiple questions, and I'm going to have to rely on your expertise to answer whichever one of the questions you can.
Okay, so the active season for the box turtles is May 15th through October 15th. So between October 15th and May 15th in the fall, winter, and early spring, you cannot do the construction. You have to put up your turtle, it's not so much flagging, it's you have to put up the turtle protection barrier and then do the turtle sweep between May 15th and October 15th when they're active and they're moving around. You can see them and pick them up and move them. Because if you do it between October 15th and May 15th, they're likely to be hibernating and you're never going to see them, so that when the big yellow machines come in, they get crushed. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Do you have another question? Just address it to the board, please.
oh, so you're saying that somebody would have to put up the barriers between May 15th and October 15th. Am I hearing you correctly?
Not quite. The barrier can go up at any time, but the sweep for the turtles to make sure that they're not has to happen between May 15th and October 15th. Yeah.
When you're doing a sweep, when does that specifically have to be done in order to put up the barrier? Does it need to be within 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 2 months?
Okay.
I'm asking.
I think we're getting a little far off here.
I want the question answered.
I can answer it in the hallway. if it's
Okay,
appropriate.
I think the parties have agreed they're going to do a turtle study.
I'm not, I just want to know
Hold
what
on.
the process is.
There's already turtles there. so
We know that
we're
there's
not doing
turtles there.
studies, they're there.
Is there agreement that you're going to do a turtle study? Or you're going to do the turtle sweep?
Yeah, this is all, it's not so much an agreement as a condition of the
National
the
Heritage.
MESA permit.
Okay.
National Heritage, it's an absolute requirement.
Okay. And
Excuse me,
based,
Mr. Chair.
just hold it. So, and based on that, you are going to be our eyes on whether the turtles have the proper amount of protection.
That's your call, Mr. Chairman, that you could put that in an order of conditions,
Okay.
right? But then that would require further 53G money, right?
Okay.
But that's,
Okay.
we'll get to that when we get to that.
So,
Let her finish. Okay. Any other questions?
what, for the,
No, she's still at the mic, so.
I wanted to hear what she has to say.
Okay, are you finished? Why don't you sit down and then Kim can,
well, I was.
hold on. Have you answered all your questions, Ms. Troop?
No, you have not.
Okay. Why don't you let her finish and then you can, go ahead. Okay, another question?
I am asking when a sweep needs to be done in order to put up turtle barriers.
So I think she's, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Let him answer, and then you can go ahead.
The turtle barrier has to go up before the sweep is conducted. And the sweep is done before any ground is broken whatsoever on this property for construction.
For clarification, for them to do the turtle sweep, it should be started and completed no later than when?
It should be started no earlier than May 15 and ended no later than October 15.
Okay.
And this is, these are all things that are gonna be in the turtle protection plan and the MESA determination.
Okay.
I think for the general populace, I think they're just looking on clarification and education on exactly how these things work and operate. And I think as a board, to stop them from asking questions to be educated is wrong of the board to do so.
Okay.
And I think we should allow the general populace's questions, even if they go extended some, because they need the education to understand what we're doing up here as the board and all the documents that are in front of us. And I really just think that the general populace and Ms. Troop are looking for detailed education to understand what's before us today. And I think that we should really allow the experts and the boards to answer these questions for Ms. Troop and the general populace.
Okay, it's duly noted. We have, I think, 5 more hearings. I think the turtle plan will be discussed at one of our next hearings, because I'm not familiar with the turtle plan, so somebody needs to educate us. So,
The turtle plan, as far as I know, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Webby can confirm one way or another, I don't think that's been written yet.
No, it hasn't.
no,
Right, so that has to be written, so that's perhaps something that the applicant should work on.
So,
okay.
I have one question, through you, Mr. Chair, to our experts. When it's written and comes to us, would you mind if, well, maybe the chair, let me reword this so it makes a little more sense to everybody. So when it comes to us, even before we discuss it, is it automatically public information? Because I do feel that the general populace is going to want to read that turtle plan before coming to the board in a meeting. And I'd also recommend the day that we're having that meeting, that we have extra copies of it available for the general populace.
Okay. Just one point. We had the same explanation a few weeks ago with Thorndike Properties. They explained. I honestly do not know, and we didn't request anything in writing from them. If there is a plan that needs to be done, then that should be made available to the office, and then it would be, available.
The turtle plan statute, it's required from National Heritage. It has to be
Okay.
done.
So,
But I think it would answer a lot of questions, and having those extra copies available to the general populace would be extremely beneficial.
is going to be a report submitted? Whoever wants to answer that.
Yeah, so I just, like I just said, Mr. Webby stated that the turtle protection plan does need to be created. Natural Heritage does not care if the turtle plan goes to the Conservation Commission. You have to care if it goes to the Conservation Commission, because they're a separate agency, right?
Yeah.
So the way the 310 CMR 10 works in regards to endangered species is that Natural Heritage is in charge of the endangered species, and that if Natural Heritage says that there will not be adverse impact to rare or endangered species, the commission may accept that unless there is what's called a clear evidence to the contrary. Okay, so it's really, the burden is now on the Conservation Commission to say, I think that Natural Heritage is wrong and the project should be denied because you're going to have adverse impact on rare species. So you can presume that Natural Heritage is correct and it's going to be a no-take as long as they do these conditions, the turtle protection plan. Or, if you find evidence to the contrary, the burden is now on you to say why you think Natural Heritage is wrong.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you for your explanation to the board too. I'm used to it from serving as a special state commissioner with mosquito control and working with Natural Heritage. so closely, especially during state of emergencies, the turtle plans and all those other things. But the education to the board has been wonderful from both yourself and Joe tonight, and I greatly appreciate it. And as one conservation member, and I can't speak for the other members, I want to see the turtle protection plan.
I think there's a general consensus that the plan should be followed.
Absolutely.
All right,
I have one
Yeah.
more question.
yes.
When does a turtle sweep expire?
The turtle sweep, number one, in order for the turtle sweep to remain valid, the turtle protection barrier, AKA silt fence, has to be up and in good working order at all times, right? So if it's found that the turtle protection barrier fell down, or they have to be towed into the ground, so there's no separation between the ground and the top of the silt fence. If it's found to be flapping underneath, that means a turtle could have gone through. So if that's found, some kind of a defect in the turtle protection barrier, at any time during construction, you can presume that the sweep is now invalid and you have to do a new sweep.
I think our question was when.
It's a valid.
It's a during the time that the fence is up.
Correct, and which is also the time that the permit from Natural Heritage and the order of conditions from the Conservation Commission is also valid. Right, so as soon as the permits expire, you have to start all over again.
So,
Okay.
just for some clarification,
Yeah.
you're asking, you mentioned about order of conditions. Are you saying that this project either needs to be approved or not approved? An order of conditions issued, and then you're doing the turtle sweep? No, it doesn't, because you're saying about order of conditions.
Well, a plan has to be to you before you issue an order of
Okay,
conditions.
all right,
But the
fine.
sweep won't happen till
Till
May
afterwards.
15th or
Okay.
October 15th,
Right.
between those dates.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Okay. I think I'd be looking for a motion to continue on this particular one, and I'm gonna have to defer to Mr. Webby as to how long it's gonna take you to do that. We've got stuff scheduled July 9th. You wanna continue till then? What's your pleasure? Is it July?
When is your next date? I know July 4th is gonna come into there.
I think July 9th.
9th is the next
I
one.
thought it was the
Yeah.
19th. It's not the 19th, it's the 9th.
I don't have the schedule. I'll
Give
I'll
us
defer.
the, if it's the 9th, give us another 2 weeks from now.
Okay. I'm looking for a motion to continue.
Oh, excuse me,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chair, I
Yeah.
have one last question.
Mhm.
On the photo submitted, the one that's pool water damage,
Hold on. What I'm gonna have to do is, Miss Bradford, where you took the pictures, do you mind?
on this one, I'm just curious.
Just, if you don't mind, just getting up to the mic and then you can respond. I saw that picture.
And then they're not dated. Just for the record, we've had an extremely high water table the past 2 years. But my question, just for the pool and the water damage, is how do we know that it's Hilda Lane and the access of water and the project that's directly causing the damage to your pool, and not previous neglect or not upkeep and things like that to the pool? Like, I'm struggling
Okay.
as a commission member to see.
10 years ago, we did a liner and there was no damage done to the cement. I'm taking it from the pool installer and, did the liner. They were amazed at how much water was underneath and the cracks. So I can only go by the person who was in there installing the liner and how long he had to pump, days and days, to get the water from underneath. I don't know. And then they came in and they fixed the concrete. So my husband told me to take a picture. I can go and get the dates that I took the picture off my phone if you'd like them.
No, I was just, did those who did the work for the pool write you any type of report to back up that it's
No, but I
from a
could bring
different?
it for next time if you'd like.
I'd like to see the experts do, because before I want to take your concerns
Thank you. Okay.
into consideration, but
Okay.
I'd like to do it fairly to all parties. So
Okay.
I think that
I can get.
experted end of it would be helpful to the board.
Okay, I don't mind, and I'll bring it or get it to you before the month. Yeah, I can have them. I'll get a hold of the pool installer.
Does the rest of the board have any objections to that?
I don't, anything that's, I think anything's relevant. I do,
Any other questions?
yeah, I do have one other question.
Okay.
In relationship to the proposed activity in the swimming pool, any idea how far that would be from your property, the swimming pool? So, let me just make sure we got this right. So is that your house there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And where's your swimming pool?
Right in back.
Okay. So based on, I can't see the scale, is that a 30 scale?
I think that one's a 60, excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a 60 scale. So
Is it, can you, Mr. Webby, tell us, just give us an idea as to,
it's a good 2 inches, so I would say about 100 feet away from the building.
okay, so your pool is about 100 feet from where the proposed construction is.
Well, how many
Okay.
feet did you need between the house and the road before? You know, and you did the engineering for our house,
Well,
so
let me grab the scale.
Yeah, I think, just a rough question.
I believe it's 50 feet.
50 feet off the street.
Okay.
The house,
Right. The house would be 50, so.
Right, and
we just.
the edge of our pool is probably maybe 10 feet in from the edge of the.
Okay, so you're probably 60 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, she's got a point, but I think that we need to
Oh,
know,
no, I don't.
basically,
I don't
yeah.
have a problem
Okay.
helping this out,
Good.
and I didn't, that's why I asked if there was any other pictures of
No.
concern.
And I know that concrete isn't the best material in New England, other things have factors. I don't have an in-ground pool, so how long does a liner last and things like that would just, it'd be beneficial for me to have that
Okay,
education.
I'll see if they'll do it for me, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Mr. Webby? Approximate?
Approximately, the house is about 60 feet from Hilda Lane, and probably another 20 feet. I don't know where the pool is. Send it someplace.
Okay. Any other questions before we continue this?
I don't,
Okay.
that was my last question.
So I'm looking for a motion to continue the 8 Hilda Lane roadway hearing until, is it July 19th? Is that the date?
Well, is that your-
I don't have a
is that your
calendar in front.
second one in July?
Do you have I don't have the meeting schedule.
I don't have it with me, it's in my binder.
Maybe,
Let me just look at my phone and I might be able to. If the 9th is our next meeting, then it's the 2nd and 4th, so
So we have it right.
the 23rd.
23rd, please.
Yep, July 23rd. Yep. So I'm looking for a motion to continue this matter until July 23rd, 7 PM.
Is it only going to be the roadway to July 23rd?
All we're doing is the roadway right now.
Okay, so I make a motion for 8 Hilda Lane to be continued to July 23rd conservation meeting, just for the roadway.
I second.
Okay. All in favor?
I'm gonna abstain from this one.
Okay. So the vote, all in favor? So it's 3-0-1.
Yes.
Okay, 3-0-1. Okay, 7:23. Okay. Anybody want to take a few minute break?
I'm okay at the moment.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Next item on the agenda. Joe, if we could, Mrs. Alger's here, and I think she's looking for an update on 341.
340.
Okay, I have 341. Let me just give you a quick update, unless you want to stay. I spoke with Highway today. We're still on plan. He's talked with the bid, I guess, just got awarded. So he's going to talk with the engineers for the roadway construction to do exactly what we wanted, to increase the center line of the road. That's all I have. I will have some plans proposed. I just haven't had time. But I spoke with him earlier. Okay? You're welcome to stay, but
No, it's 340 Plymouth, 341 is Stop and Shop.
that's what I got on my agenda. And I think we say it every time. Okay. All right, next item on the agenda is 8 Hilda Lane,
Yeah, that would be Hayward Street.
map,
Oh, sorry.
no, 8 Hilda Lane, map 120, lot 2T. Now, this shows as a new hearing. Webby, is this a new hearing or is this a continued hearing? Because my agenda
I believe it's
is,
continued. We submitted 2T and 4T, let's say, a month ago. And at that time, it was voted to send it out to a peer review. I don't believe you had anybody at that time, and then ultimately it got sent out.
okay, all right. Mr. Webby, why don't you continue?
Let me just X out of this real quick and see if we can get back to the screen where we belong. Okay, so this is 2T. Is this the right plan?
Thank you. This is one of the lots.
You're gonna have to stay to be the AT person.
I'm gonna be Vanna White.
2T, what we're looking at now is a blow-up of just around the house, not the crossing. So we have the BVW, we also have the 50 feet off the BVW, then the 100 feet. And then,
Okay, just clarification.
yeah,
What are you proposing on lot 2T? Is this for?
a single-family
Dwelling? Okay.
with grading, septic system, utilities. And it all has to be within the delineated disturbed area because that was what was approved by Natural Heritage. So our limit of work is right around there. What does get involved with both 2T and 4T is the crossing. So how do I get to the crossing? The next page.
Oh, no, I don't want
If it's
to.
the next page, touch, nope, I don't think.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
yeah, okay.
okay.
All right. I think if you just touch the screen once, it moves you to the next page over on the right, so.
So what we're proposing is basically two driveways that would be touching each other, going right along the lot line. And the reason for having an enlarged crossing is because of a couple of issues. We're only going to be allowed one crossing, but we also, according to the Halifax zoning bylaws, if I remember that each house or dwelling has to be serviced by its own driveway, you have to have its access, you have to be able to drive your access. So that's why we have this as one crossing. So if we were to try to get the frontage for 2T is right here, so we're entering the property or this proposed dwelling right off its own frontage. And the same with 4T. 4T will be entering as the same on their property. So that meets your bylaws. We can certainly write this all up in an analysis, but basically that's why we chose this spot for the crossing. When we disturb the wetlands in that area, we're going to be proposing to replicate two times right there along 4T. And obviously we have our review done, and we're going to need a little time. But basically, I think that and the possible flood hazard zone in that area, I think are the two biggest questions.
Is this the replication area?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Fanoff. You did multiple comments on this, so can you brief us on your take on it?
Yep, Brandon Faniff, Ecosystem Solutions.
The Bacon Ecosystems. Our first thought when we went out there and reviewed this site is, my question to Mr. Webby would be, why having the wetland crossing in this location when you can reduce the amount of wetland impact by moving it over? So you could reduce the wetland impact by at least 50%, if not more. And constructability would be so much easier in this location here than right here. Even walking through this area here, we had a hard time because there was a lot of pits and mounds, and 1 to 2 feet of water, you know, so, but then you come over to this area right here, and I put a picture in our review, it's just like a swale. So I guess my question is can this be moved over there? And by moving that and reducing the amount of wetland impacts, this here can be reduced significantly. So I see a replication area that's 9,000 square feet. That's double of what has to be done. But these in themselves can be impacts, you know. You know, you're taking down all these trees and then all the grading. So that's a pretty big area, you know, for replication. And so my thought is, and I'll let you answer, can this crossing be moved over to a more suitable location?
Okay, Mr. Webby, I think he addressed that, but let him answer that.
Sure.
Yeah, I believe that common driveways are not allowed in Halifax. So that means that we have to access our own frontage. This is the lot line between the two lots. If we were to move that crossing over, then we would lose a lot.
So is there a reason why those lot lines couldn't have been moved over here?
Yeah, it's all frontage and area, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do know what you
Yeah.
mean. So you're telling me if we move this lot line over here, you wouldn't get the required frontage?
That's correct, for the next lot, for 4T, right.
Okay, and then the Halifax planning does not allow easements to...
As I understand the Halifax zoning bylaws, you can't have a common driveways.
That's correct.
Okay.
Once there's a
Okay.
710 you have to use your own frontage.
Yeah, because I'm sure you've been out there and you can see in that location, it just makes everything a lot more difficult, constructing a crossing in that area.
If you hold it, it should go back. That's what I was told. So if we clicked it and it went forward, if you hold it, it should go. Well, that's what I was told. So that did not work.
You're braver than me, I don't want to
No, I
touch
found it. We
Okay,
found
here
it?
it is.
Okay.
just scrolled the page. Didn't know.
And not being familiar with the Halifax's zoning, many times I've designed crossings where we either we do shared driveways, easements to minimize wetland impacts, and many times the zoning board has allowed that if we get, demonstrate that impacts have been reduced.
Best of my recollection, the planning board deferred this plan to conservation to see what they're gonna be approved. He's correct, you have to access your frontage through the lot. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
when you're done and others are done, I have a question.
Okay. Is it relative to this particular, because we'll address it now, because I'm gonna keep,
It is. I am personally not against the shared driveway. Where my parents lived before they passed, they had to go through special permitting and other things to be able to do it within the wetlands, but it really did reduce what was disturbed, and it really did protect the wetlands. And once they made it through all the processes, it was fairly easy for them, and the boards were very supportive of conservation's request to please allow the variations. So my question is, can we as a board ask the other boards to please allow the variance and state all of our reasons why, which our experts just explained to us rather well, and it's very detailed in their report. But they also noted in the report that it's in our discretion for the project site's interest and to be in the best interest of everybody in the environment under MGL's chapter 131 and 40, and to the extent of which the adverse impacts can be avoided. So we do have the discretion as a board to request that they allow the shared driveway. And we have experts that are recommending such. So I just want to know how to properly do it and to see how Mr. Webby would feel about readjusting the plan, going in front of other boards again.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Webby, you've heard the question. I don't know that the town has ever granted a variance to access a lot, not within the frontage, but you want to address that?
My clients are not here, so I can't address that.
Okay.
I know they're not gonna wanna lose a lot.
Okay, but, well, are you asking that they lose a lot?
No, I'm not asking that they lose a lot. I'm just asking if they'd be willing to move it a little bit west and be able to have a shared driveway. I know, and I'm only speaking about what I know and where I grew up with Mr. Webby, but it was one road and it had a roundabout at the end, and each driveway went off the roundabout, and it really minimized the impact to the environment and to the wetlands. That's all that I'm requesting is in ecosystems report. They just asked that if you could please move it a little bit to the west.
Well,
They give all the square frontages, and then they give the laws that would support it.
Well, I think that if the commission wrote us a kind of a little nice letter that we could go to the ZBA with, then I would certainly try to convince my clients that that would be a good route because it would be cheaper for them. But other than that, it's going to be against your zoning bylaws.
Mr. Webby, is there some potential relief from the ZBA not to access your frontage? I mean, that's a planning board rules and regulations.
Oh, I thought it was I thought it was a.
I think it's planning board as far as as the Aquas. What is your client? Ms. Chu, if you want to speak, just be recognized. Do you want, I mean, is it something you want to speak to your client about? I mean, I don't see how it can be done, but that's not saying that it can't be done. Do you want to address any other issues? And, Mr. Fan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to point out, and tell me if I'm crazy, Mr. Webby, it's also frontage on South Street that comes into Lot 4T. Is that a possibility? Because then you would still have to cross over this wetland here, but it would be in one of the narrow spots. Right, so then it would still require probably a variance, planning board or ZBA, to have an easement and not be using the frontage to access lot 2T. Yeah, see right there?
Yeah, there's also a little bit of wetland right there.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't blue it up, but it's right there.
Okay.
So we would have to cross, in order to get to 1T, we'd have to cross here and then cross.
So there would be two crossings from South Street.
Yeah.
All right. See, this is all part of the, what should be in an alternatives analysis. So, because I wouldn't have to be asking these questions, right?
So, I understand that maybe the town hasn't seen it done before, but I have seen it done in other towns. It is statute that allows the town and the correct town boards to do it. I'd like to see if our boards would work together for the betterment of the environment and for those that have applications in front of all of us. And I would like to vote as a board and also get the input of our other professionals here, if we can supply them with a letter, with the statutes, with the recommendations, with our already written peer reviews and our statements in front of us today, for Mr. Webby to have conservation support for the variance.
Okay, just so that I'm clear. There's no access from South Street. That was your alternative, was South Street. So if you were to request a variance from the frontage, what difference would it be there? Because I think your alternative was South Street. So would it be the same alternative? Would you reduce that roadway?
But if you shift the crossing to the west, there'd be a significant reduction in square footage. But
Okay.
we also have this issue with the vernal pool.
Because the vernal pool is gonna be right there.
Is right there,
Right.
right. So that's something to take into consideration as well. Because if you shifted it over here, you might be in a potential vernal pool. Now, we might decide eventually that it's not a vernal pool upon investigation, which would make it easier to go through here. But if it is a vernal pool, a crossing is never going to happen if it gets certified. The state does not allow filling a vernal pool, certified vernal pools whatsoever.
Well, you can see right here how, you know, the wetlands lines, you know, drops down significantly, just a little further to the east.
Right,
you
this
know?
is where it starts to become more of the BVW and starts to widen out into the floodplain of Palmer Mill Brook. But this narrow spot right here is more of that intermittent stream coming down. So if you can go up here somewhere, you're gonna, you know, it's currently at 4660. You could reduce that down to like what, was it 2,500 estimated?
Quite a bit, and then
3,500 per your report.
in our
Yeah, you
peer,
could save 3,500 square feet. Right, so I want to say, sorry, Margaret, the Conservation Commission has wide latitude to allow up to 5,000 square feet of we call loss of bordering vegetated wetland, as long as the wetland is replicated at least a 1-to-1 ratio. Okay, and there's some other minor caveats associated with it. But up to 5,000 square feet, no one is going to question your decision. That said, they're keeping the disturbance here under 5,000 square feet, so if you wanted to, you could allow it. Nobody's going to say boo. But you still have a duty to ask the question, are you adequately avoiding and or minimizing your impacts? And if you're satisfied with that answer, then allow them the 4660. But you should be asking the question to begin.
So Mr. Faniff,
Yep.
are you saying that an alternative analysis would help the board with determining whether that's the only place to put this?
Absolutely, yes. And if the board so decides to compel the applicant to request a variance from ZBA, a planning board, whatever the board may be, you have that prerogative. And if they come back from ZBA and they laugh them out of the room, well, then you have your answer. But it may pass. You don't know.
I think that in order for us to send it to the ZBA, we would have to approve it based on conditions. Would you agree with that?
Say that one more time.
Okay, if we were going to send a letter to them, to the ZBA or the planning board, whoever's going to make that decision, would we have to approve the project, or should we approve the project based with conditions?
No, this is all before approval occurs, because this is part of your decision-making process.
Okay.
And it sounds like the board is becoming more interested in finding a different crossing location that will require at least one of the lots to have an easement and not be along their own frontage, which I'm learning is not allowed in Halifax, but it may be worth asking the question.
And if it's not allowed in our bylaws, I think we need to bring it to the selectmen too, because it may be time to rewrite that one.
Okay. Mr. Webby, I'm going to put, you're going to have to decide on, I think, how you want to proceed. How many more issues were there? I know there was an issue with the location of the crusher. Was there anything else major that we should deal with?
well, the big issues was really the amount of impacts here, which then results in 9,000 square feet of replication over here, which,
Okay.
I mean, if you only need to do one-to-one replication, you can cut those impacts in half. And
Margaret and I are both of the same mind. that less is more when you do wetland replication, because this is actually a very nice, healthy upland forest right here. So this is one of my pet peeves, actually, about the Wetlands Protection Act, is that it requires one-to-one. You can't get up, there's only one instance where you don't have to replicate. In this case, you'd have to, but very often the places that you replicate are very ecologically stable and valuable areas. So you end up coming here, cutting down wildlife habitat, digging a hole, and attempting to create a new wetland, which may or may not take, right? So if you can minimize that, I don't think that the 93-20 is necessary. You can cut that to one-to-one, in my opinion. I think Margaret agrees.
Okay. Brendan, just so that I'm clear, I know that in my readings, that replication areas have not proven to be quite functional.
Correct. A lot of it depends on the skill of the contractor and the wetland scientist overseeing the project. The most important part of a wetland replication project is something we call the bottom inspection.
Mm-hmm.
So you cut down the trees, you stump it, and then you have to dig down into the water table. And you have to have some expertise in soil morphology to know when you're finding the hydric soil line. And not everybody can do that.
So would your recommendation be that the replication area be reduced
Yes.
and that the applicant seek relief from whether the ZBA or the planning board on the road or the access to the lot requirement?
Yes, I know from my own experience, I've gone before conservation commissions who requested I do that. And so with the support from the Concom, I have gone back to the ZBA or the planning board, and they've gotten waivers in an effort to, reduce the amount of wetland impacts significantly. Now, 20 years ago, that probably never would have happened, but it's happening now. It seems like, the conservation commissions and wetland preservation has a lot more power than it did, 20 years ago.
Mr. Webby? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so I have a couple questions. Knowing whether or not this is a certified vernal pool will be extremely important before taking the next step, right? So that, I think we need to make sure that we find out if that's certifiable and certify it if it is. So that's my first concern. And then my second concern is why that area? It sounds like there's a lot of trees there, the area for the replication. So how many trees and why that area? Mr. Webby, please.
Well, we chose that area because it's the closest to the proposed construction. You don't want us to go way out in the back someplace and start ripping through the forest. But I do think, and I most heartily agree, that we really don't need a 2-to-1 replication. 1-to-1 would be more than sufficient. But that would be up to, I'm not sure, but I believe that's in your regulations.
The 2-to-1. So how, because it is in the actual wetlands, that's why it's the 2-to-1? Because
It abuts the actual wetland.
But may I?
but you're crossing through.
Yeah, part of the performance standard for wetland replication is that the replication area has to be constructed along the same hydraulic stretch as the one that is lost.
Okay.
So it could go over here, over here, over here, any one of these quadrants. But the thing is this is a completely forested area, so it doesn't matter where you put it. Mature, healthy forest is going to come down when we construct it. And if the requirement in the bylaw is for 2-to-1, I missed that. I apologize.
I don't think it's
I don't think.
I think
It's not, the board had discussed it.
Okay.
And-
It would be, it's the bylaw. If it's one of our regulations, it obviously could be varied.
I didn't see it in there.
I didn't.
But one other
It's a
point,
1-to-1, but I think we just
Yeah,
It is.
okay.
recommended 2-to-1.
Okay.
if I may, just one other point, and maybe you could check this out. When I was out there, I noticed on this side, it was more mature trees, more grading, more disturbance. If you just take a look over on the other side, it's a little flatter, less grading, much younger, tree growth. not as mature, it might be a little more suitable location over here. I've constructed a lot of replication areas throughout the state, and I notice if you start with a bad location with a lot of grading, it's a lot of disturbance, and then that, like Brandon said, you may not get the success if you don't get the grading just right, and get down to the groundwater.
So would this be something that would be answered in an alternatives analysis? Or would this be, is this a recommendation from the peer review? Where, have you recommended a different spot for this?
I suggested that you take a look at it.
Okay.
That's all, because I just think it'd be easier to construct on the other side.
I don't know if I get back to the road, but I don't want to impact the lot on the other side.
On the easterly side is the riverfront, am I correct? On the east,
No,
Yeah.
that's all the riverfront, so everything would have to be.
One of my comments is that the riverfront area is not, the layout for the riverfront area is not on this plan, and it should be. Yeah.
And because we have to follow the 200 riverfront, correct?
You do, but here's the thing is that the 200-foot riverfront area is over here, so they're not gonna be impacting it. Back on Hilda Lane, the drainage easement on lot 3T, that's gonna be affected, and that's one of my comments in my other one. But up here, riverfront area really doesn't come into play. I'm more concerned about the wetland replication area, where the crossing will go for overall impacts, and the floodplain issue. Those are the big ticket items.
May I ask a question?
Yes, good.
So the altered,
Alternative access. Alternative. go ahead.
yeah, where were you thinking? Was it to the left of where that vernal pool possibly is?
Possibly, yeah, somewhere.
Good, yes.
You go anywhere further west, the wetland starts to narrow, so
So like
it doesn't really matter where you go, as long as you're going west, you're gonna have a reduction in impact.
But like right around this area here?
Yeah, I don't like that idea only because that would affect the lot that we have on the other side.
Oh, you put the driveway
Yeah,
there?
there's a lot here that I'm sure that we don't want to have impact. Like, we really want to keep it on the, maybe we can move it over here or someplace on this side.
If you move east, there's gonna be more impact.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
Well,
talking about
actually,
the driveway.
maybe not so much right here, but I don't know.
Is, within, go ahead.
Joe, you're talking about the replication area?
Yes.
Oh, I was talking, okay. I was talking about the driveway.
Okay, well, the
Sorry.
driveway, I agree with them that the crossing is not the best, but we're trying to meet the bylaw.
If he moves west, it's gonna reduce his cost significantly.
If the planning board or one of the ZBA will.
Correct.
Which is gonna be the lesser of two evils as far as the impact on the neighborhood to the water table? Not necessarily to the water table,
Moving
but
it to the west will be better, because I think that where it is right now is in the 100-year floodplain. And if he moves it to the west, he's likely to get out of the 100-year floodplain, so there's gonna be less.
can you break that down and just show us where the,
Margaret, can you help me out here? So,
but you have the additional lot. Maybe you need to go to a plan that shows that additional lot.
No, well, actually, right here, this wetland flag, this is where you could, if, you'd have to look into or put that other crossing in right there. And all it is right in that area is a little swale, okay? Over here, it's more of a, it's inundated, and constructability over here is gonna be a whole lot more difficult than over here. Over here, you're gonna have to get into dewatering, and removal of muck, and it just, and a lot more fill, so here, just the impacts,
Impacts a lot.
and
This
if
way and that
they're
way.
within the 100-year floodplain over here, and you do this fill, you're gonna have to do floodplain compensation somewhere. Whereas if you move it over here, you might be out of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I have a question. If they were agreeable and could get approved by all the proper boards in town, moving to the west, would you still recommend the deed restriction?
Yes, I absolutely do. That is, whenever you have a real estate subdivision and you're filling in wetlands, this is part of the water quality certification regulations as it relates to wetlands, is that you put a deed restriction on the original Lot 1T. So the original Lot 1T and any further divisions of that property in perpetuity are limited to a total of 5,000 square feet of fill. For the subdivision and any future lots, any future driveways, it'll be in the deed. And the reason why that's important is because order of conditions come and order of conditions go. They expire, they get forgotten about, but when it's in the deed and there's a deed restriction, that lasts a lot longer and is much more visible.
Is it 5,000 square feet per lot or the entire?
Well, it's per the original lot.
Okay.
Okay, so you're allowed 5,000 square feet for the original lot and any subdivisions thereof. Yeah.
Was there anything else in your review beyond this that we should address?
I have a question. They noted that there was confusion on sheet 1 and sheet 2
Yeah.
between Mr. Webby and themselves. And I'd just like to make sure that sheet 1 and sheet 2 have been cleared up for ecosystems, so there's no confusion on their end.
Oh yeah, which one is sheet 1 and sheet 2? Yeah, so, let's see here. So if you look, I had it says sheet 1 of 2 and 2 of 2, right? So I'm aware, well, I had a hard copy where this was cut off.
Okay,
So now I know. So I'm good, thank you.
excellent. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
And I believe there was some Scribner errors, something on the plan
There
that
were.
had, that had been addressed.
And
It will.
Okay, was there anything else in your comments?
Construction sequence, and then approved, the applicant provided the commission the approved eastern box turtle protection plan. Anything else that you can think of, Margaret?
Well, those are the big ticket items.
Yeah. Oh, the limit of work / erosion control line is not depicted on sheet 1. So right here, so we need a limit of disturbance or limit of work line. Now you have a proposed tree line, but we need an erosion control / limit of work line that completely encapsulates all work. Otherwise, it's open and you're gonna have a hard time regulating when they start going in here and they say, well, there was no limit of work.
Okay. Is there a limit of work on the second sheet?
On the second sheet, we do. We have a erosion control right here, is the line with the little circles, right?
That's the erosion control barrier?
Right, but it should be consistent.
With both, okay.
And,
Good.
and then the drainage basin, you recommended that there's no disturbance, said that there's no disturbance numbers given and no alternative analysis, again, given, and for new construction, and that these should be provided.
Would you say detention?
Number 12,
You said detention basin? Or
drainage basin.
Are we looking at lot 2T? Or are we looking at 8 Elder Lane, the subdivision over there?
Look at the front.
8 Hilda Lane proposed subdivision.
That's right, that's the one we just had. So we moved on from that one, but still a valid question that I'm asking Mr. Webby to take care of.
Let's see.
Sorry, I've got all 3 of them in front of me.
It can't get to be a lot.
Okay, so I don't have it colored in, but the 200, when Savation was out there, the only bank that they delineated for us was this. Okay, so 200 feet from that is right here, and it goes through right in this area where the drainage basin is.
Right, again, it also goes right through the middle of the house
The
on lot
house,
3T.
right, yeah.
So
So
that's another one that's gonna have to come in.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to file a notice of intent for that.
Yep.
So right now, any more questions? We're on 2T,
Yeah.
Yep.
which is on the left-hand side.
Right inside.
Yes, 2T is on the right-hand side and 4T is on the left-hand side.
Okay, yeah, because one of the plans I think we looked at, we said 4T or 7T or 1T. Okay, and you've made that change. Was there anything else you need to have that you want to discuss?
Not out loud, and
Okay.
the rest of it's in the comments.
Okay, I'm going to open this up to the abutters. Oh, I'm sorry, one more? Go ahead.
Just for clarification from the scientists and professionals here. So I know the board has recommended in the past, and sometimes I'm on board personally and sometimes I'm not, the 2-in-1 ratio. But as the experts and as the wetland scientists, I just want clarification for myself that our recommendation of that 2-in-1 ratio is incorrect and that,
Let me just take a look at the regulations there.
yeah,
Maybe I
it's
could-
1-in-1. It's just something the board's been doing as a recommendation and as discussions to write new things. So since he brought it up today, I'm just looking for clarification as one board
There's
member.
two philosophies on that. The first philosophy is you're required to do 1-to-1, so the success rate is based on 1-to-1. So if you do 2-to-1, you have a greater chance of having a 1-to-1 success rate, right? And you get more wetland out of it, and it sounds good. The second way of thinking about it is if you do a wetland twice the size, you have twice the probability of it failing. And then you just took down a nice forest for nothing.
Thank you.
It sounds to me that your recommendation, is we should let them leave the amount of trees, the most amount of trees and vegetation that we can. So 1-to-1 would be the best approach.
In my opinion, not only that, but let's think about it from a cost perspective. It's going to be much cheaper to do only 1-to-1, and if they can move the crossing to the west, the cost reduction is significant. So I'm just here to save people money.
I'm gonna open it up to the audience and then we'll come back to the board to see what action they want. Is there anybody, first of all, did you provide the office with the list of abutters? I'm sure. And green
in
cards. I should have asked that, but green cards in there.
Yeah, we gave you green cards, I believe, at the last,
Okay, so fine.
I might
So,
have some more in my.
okay, so-
Mr. Webby did turn him in the last hearing, and I don't see him in this one.
okay, we can double check that. So I just want to make sure all the abutters
They are in this
were
one.
notified.
This one,
And I'm gonna take any comments.
and they're in, Mr. Webby, I have them for all but one, but that doesn't, thank you. That's that one.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, one of our comments regarding the abutters, you'll notice in the Halifax certified abutters list, that's only good for 3 months. So Mr. Webby might want to get a more up-to-date, recent abutters list, and then just verify that you haven't missed any abutters.
Somebody making notes. Okay, I am looking for any abutters that have any questions or concerns on this particular plan.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, just, Ms. Barry, I'm going to ask you to go up to, yeah, go back to them. Oops.
So basically, the way it is now, it doesn't fit, right? Basically, is what we're saying.
I don't think that it doesn't fit. It's got it to fit. The problem is that he's trying to minimize the impact on the wetlands. You correct me if I'm wrong. His
It could
proposals.
potentially fit better.
Yeah.
And I have a question on the retention thing. The last meeting, you said if it overflows, it goes into the river.
Well, it goes in that direction.
Just hold on 1 second. Do we have a retention basin on this particular plan? That's a septic system?
No, not on this one, no.
Okay,
That was
I
on-
think that's the septic system, Mrs. Bradford.
Yeah, there's no
There's
base.
no retention on this particular plan.
Okay, because it's right between your house and that proposed house, right?
I think
The
No,
retention.
in 3T, it's right in this area.
3T.
We're talking about 2T
Okay.
up here.
We're talking about, can
All right.
maybe somebody hit one of the buttons? You get that bigger picture?
I don't think you're gonna have it, because they didn't put that one up.
They didn't put that on there.
Yeah.
That's not accident.
I think that, I'm just kind of thinking of my own here a little bit. Let's see what you're saying. So we have to, we filed an NOI for Hilda Lane. So we're probably gonna have to amend it to include the drainage basin that's within 200 feet of the river. Okay, so we can easily do that with just a letter to ask that this be part of the 1T of the Hilda Lane subdivision roadway. This 3T will require its own NOI.
This 3T, and I don't want to get off base because we're talking on the other lot. This is the lot closest to Nasrallah?
In that road.
Okay, so that, and we discussed this in the office, so that lot would have greater impact on them than the one that's, seems to be 600 or 700 feet back.
Yeah, in my opinion, yeah.
So you just got the lots mixed up.
Okay.
There's no retention on them. Go ahead.
Okay, so that drainage pond, I just want to clarify, because that is kind of part of this whole development. If it overflows, it's gonna hurt her backyard, and it's gonna damage the river and make it higher, right?
If it overflows, it's gonna be going towards the river. All this surface water is heading in this direction.
Okay, will that affect her backyard?
No. No, well, her house is here, this is gonna be kind of beyond it, but there'll be an actual bowl in this area. A depression, there's one there now that works very well. That doesn't, this thing hasn't topped. If you go there and look, if you go take a walk down there, Diane, you'll see the big hole right there.
Okay,
Right now.
we're kind of getting off,
Yeah.
just to clarify.
I just wanted to.
Yeah, this hole that we're gonna deal with when we deal with that, that's probably not gonna be changed.
Right,
Okay.
yeah, I think if we're gonna deal with the drainage easement, because it's in the river area here, or within the 100 feet, then we have to include that in the subdivision.
Okay. Now that's not part of this.
No.
Okay, any more comments from the audience? All right. It sounds to me that we'd be looking for some sort of a motion to provide to the applicant to go to the planning board to see if they can get some relief from one of the particular bylaws that require accessing frontage on their own lot.
Yeah, with the support and based off of the comments of our wetland scientists from Ecosystems.
Okay.
I think it's in the best interest of the neighbors that it concerns, the applicant, and the environment.
Okay. I'm looking for that particular motion, then we'll look for second, and then we're gonna do some discussion.
I will move it as worded, Chair.
Okay, any second?
Second.
Okay. Mr. Webby, just for clarification, we are not approving this as of yet.
No?
No, all we're doing is we're gonna suggest, we're gonna letter drafted suggesting to the planning board, who's already referred this back to the Conservation Commission, am I correct? Actually, we'd have to send this to the zoning board of appeals. Now, just so that.
I think we have to find out where it's gotta go first.
Well, first of all, is this an approved subdivision?
The answer is yes.
Okay, so-
Hilda Lane exists on paper.
Does that lot exist on paper?
No, these lots, the original subdivision, I believe, had 7 lots.
Okay.
And so we're reducing the road, construction, and we're also reducing the number of lots.
Well, the problem that I have is that if in order to get relief on the particular lot, you need to have a lot that's created. And you're gonna get relief from the frontage requirement on that particular lot. And what you have here is a proposed plan. I mean, I could be wrong, maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe that board can give them, the ZBA can give them relief from a proposed plan, but it's a proposed plan. Maybe you
Yeah,
can help me with that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way we're gonna get relief from frontage.
No, well, what I've had experience with, you have the frontage, but they allow an easement over here for a shared driveway. So the lot lines stay the same, they don't change, but they allow a shared, because basically that's what this is right here, it's a shared driveway. You know, what is it, 24 feet wide, 12 and 12?
I think it's 12 and 12.
Yeah, so-
We had 12 and 12 is the minimum, so we have to put them together.
Right, so, but that's what that is basically a shared driveway. So, you know, leave the lot line where it is, but just ask if we could do, or if you could, they'd allow you to do an easement for a shared driveway, you know? And then
That shared driveway would access which lot?
it would access
Just give-
both lots,
Both lots.
both lots.
Yeah.
Would both lots not have frontage off the accessway?
They both have frontage, none of
No,
them.
there'd be frontage of the lots. We gotta look at the lot frontage itself. So what you're saying is that right now, it appears that the access driveway goes to each individual lot. Where are we shifting this thing?
So we're shifting it over here.
I think you gotta shift it on the other side, over here, because this is a potential.
Well, a potential, I mean,
Yeah.
so
But whatever.
either way, the impacts would be significantly less. And so here's the lot line, that's not changing. Here's the frontage, that's not changing. We put just a driveway easement on lot 1T, that's gonna go to 1T and to 4T.
Okay.
4T and 2T.
Or 4T and
Just
2T.
so, you can't see that. So the driveway right now, is that the lot line right here?
Yeah,
In the
lot
center?
line is right down.
Right in the center, right down the center.
Okay, and you would be proposing this driveway to go that way, so I just want to be clear, because I'm going to have to draft this letter, or you're going to have to assist in drafting the letter.
We can assist
Okay.
Mr. Webby, but I mean, we're investigating if one of the boards would be open to allow an easement there for two houses and to eliminate, you know, the excessive wetland impacts over here.
Okay.
Just a short little easement to cross that little wetland and get back over onto the other one.
Okay, Mr. Webber, your applicant is not going to have a problem. I mean, I imagine, that I don't know what you normally would charge, but we are going to need some assistance in drafting that. So as long as your applicant's okay with that, then I would.
Well, I would think too, you know, the owner, I mean, you know that putting a driveway over here is gonna cost significantly less than there.
Yep,
You
yeah.
know, so there are many benefits for moving that driveway.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I still feel that we have a lot of questions to answer before doing that. I feel like that might be putting the cart before the horse because there's the option of an alternatives analysis that has not been done that is being recommended. We don't know if that's a vernal pool or not. We don't know if that's an intermittent stream or not. So before we do all of that, shouldn't we have the floodplain issue? We don't know if this is in a floodplain. Based on what we have here right now, I personally would not approve this. I would recommend that we deny this. So before we draft a letter to the boards to get them to move this small little piece, which is just one small little piece of this project, the entire project so far has been, the way it's been presented, the impact is far too great, I feel, for us as a board to approve it. So should we be doing that? Should we be putting the cart before the horse and asking that the other boards to grant variances when the project, the impact of the overall project is so severe with the road itself, just the road itself?
I agree, it's confusing. I think we probably would have to defer this to Mr. Fanoff, that he's going to provide the commission with a sequence of events to get us to a point where we're going to ask for variance. I agree. If there is a vernal pool there, then that's a major issue. Then we can't move the driveway.
Right,
So I think we need to get that established and then decide if there is a vernal pool. Now, how long will that take to make that determination?
Oh boy, see,
The issue right now is the vernal pool season is coming to a close.
So you'd have to get out there tomorrow.
Pretty good, and I'm not even gonna guarantee I'm gonna be able to see what I need to see
Correct.
tomorrow. I'm gonna have to
I'm gonna-
wait
I'm
until
gonna-
the next spring.
I'm gonna have to, how much are we gonna put this?
Oh,
Back to the mic.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna need a little guidance here. You know, we got our hands full.
Respect from the
Um,
audience.
We can put together a sequence of events
Okay.
that are necessary before we get to the point where the commission gets to a point where you compel the applicant to go to the zoning board of appeals.
Okay.
So,
You made that motion.
I-
I'm going to suggest that if we incorporate his suggestion as far as a sequence of events, then we've ruled out every other alternative, and the only alternative would be to request relief from one of the zoning bylaws.
I would like to see it discussed as we're doing our due diligence and conservation, to give the other boards enough time to research, because it's gonna be just as confusing to them, they may have other things. And so that Mr. Webby and the owners have enough time also to work together, and so the boards have enough time to work together without pushing the project out another year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, because that's also not fair.
Yeah, I think what we do, go ahead,
Well,
Kathy.
I think it's already gonna be pushed out till next spring if we have to wait that long for the vernal pool to be able to be checked, to see if it's.
And I think I'm gonna have to defer that to them if,
Ms. Evans isn't necessarily wrong, but we already have to come back out for what, Elm Street, the refi anyway, so we'll be here. We can get up there as soon as
okay.
later.
So we have a motion and a second. Did you want to incorporate in your motion a sequence of events, as Brendan indicated? And they're going to look at that vernal pool in the next few weeks, and then get back to us so we have some sort of direction.
That sounds great.
Well-
I don't mind amending a motion to include the vernal pool. And for me personally, looking at the picture, with the amount of rain that we've had, and we didn't have much warm weather until recently, that it, more so a large puddle. I don't think it's gonna come back as a vernal pool,
Okay.
personally.
Ms. Evans?
There were also other things that Melanie had mentioned that I think we should address also.
Thank you, Kathy. I feel like we should make a new motion, because I think the motion is different. I think the motion is that we ask to Brendan to give us a sequence of events.
Okay, so hold on. We got a motion and a second, we're in discussion. If you want to withdraw your motion, or you want her to make the motion, because we got to vote on that motion. So either, if that's a yes or a no, then you can make a subsequent motion if you want. But unless she withdraws her motion to include all the language, I'm just going procedure, so you just,
Withdraw to get all these other things done first.
I don't mind withdrawing mine, but if it's possibly reworded to include more, I'm more than likely to vote no.
you want to make a motion on that?
Is Kimberly withdrawing her motion?
Yeah, you're gonna
I'm
withdraw
just
your-
saying, it, depending on how much we add, I may vote no. I'm happy to amend my motion on the floor now to include ecosystems going out and making a decision on whether or not it's a vernal pool or not. But I don't think at this point in time that we need the whole sequence of events, because it's already statute, law, and being worked on. And it's so confusing with everything going on.
I don't follow the second part. The sequence of events we're gonna need no matter how we proceed.
Right, my understanding of the sequence of events is why make the applicant go through this exercise of going to the zoning board when we have all these other unanswered questions that may affect the fate of this permit before, ahead of that.
Exactly.
That's right, so it includes getting more information on the intimate stream, the floodplain, what else?
Alternatives analysis.
The alternatives analysis, correct, the riverfront area analysis.
intermittent
Well,
stream.
the riverfront analysis is not for this lot.
True.
That is for the subdivision.
So, Ms. King, so it kind of makes sense that if they check the vernal pool, then, and they come up with a sequence of events, I think that's gonna assist us and I think that'll answer most of your questions,
But-
because the sequence of events is gonna,
Yeah, I see 4 things in the sequence. Vernal pool, floodplain, intermittent stream, alternatives analysis. Those are 4 things that should be done first. Because the commission may not be happy with one of those 4 regardless.
And for Olive, which was originally 1T,
Right.
I would, because there's so much overlap in all the folders, and I understand that we're discussing it individually, but if we're gonna have them do it, why wouldn't, and it seems like the same issues keep reoccurring as we go to each new hearing, why wouldn't the board issue it as a whole? And ask for these things as a whole of the property in the project, rather than
Are we allowed?
just this one
Nothing
notice?
stopping you from doing that.
is that gonna be part of this, or you just gonna do the alternative analysis on this portion, this particular?
The alternatives analysis is for the wetland crossing, which only applies to lots 2T and 4T.
Okay.
The sequence of events, though, could be done on the entire project.
I see your
And
point.
that
I
would be
just-
the recommendation, I believe.
Correct, and as far as the alternatives analysis for the 8 Hill Alliance subdivision, you can just put NA
Okay.
as your
I see your point, but I think they gotta do, the sequence of events along with determine whether it is a vernal pool, because we're back to square one if it's a certified vernal.
No, I 100% understand that, but I'd like to see the sequence of events be done for the whole entire property and not just one parcel at a time. Like, we're discussing certain things and it only relates to 4T and 2T, but we're gonna come back at the next meeting and we're gonna discover that they need to go and spend the same cost when they just could have done it once as the overall project, because the same issues keep reoccurring, the same suggestions keep coming up in each parcel that we're going over separately, because we're looking at it as a roadway, 2T, 4T, and we haven't got into 3T and the others yet. But in all the reports, it is the exact same concerns. It's the same questions. It is the same recommendations. So wouldn't we as a board vote that we want this information for every parcel in the entire project?
I agree, but I think we have to do it with every parcel, because we're only working on one parcel at a time.
Right.
So I agree. So I think in your motion, we'll do that on this particular lot, and then on the next particular lots, we'll do the same thing.
Can we reopen the hearing we just had prior, because we didn't ask for it to be done on that particular lot in the roadway, and it was suggested in that?
I don't know that the roadway has a big enough impact, does it, to,
It can be implied at this point.
it can be implied?
Yeah, like you just, Mr. Webby do the same thing for Hilda Lane because they closed it already for the night.
Okay.
Yeah,
When you open it up next
You
time.
can open it up again.
Okay.
We're all
Okay.
here.
Well, if you're gonna agree to do it, then that's fine.
Yeah.
See, but we need to
Okay.
reopen it to have the vote just for that parcel, because we're doing it parcel by parcel.
Okay,
Just
all right, so let's finish that, and if you want, we'll go back to that one. Okay, so, just to be clear, we have a motion and a second. Do you want to go through that motion again, tell us?
Yeah,
if
let's
someone's-
make it clear for the public.
Yeah,
And
let's-
let's reword it correctly.
Yes.
So I'll withdraw my motion, so it can be reworded correctly to
Okay.
And I
So-
withdraw
Forward
my
for-
second.
You withdraw your second. Okay, so you want to make that motion, make sure you're in the mic so that whoever's recording this is going to be able to get it. I'll take some notes. Yeah.
I make a motion that we go ahead with the suggestions of ecosystems, that we require the floodplains, vernal pool, alternative analysis, and there was one other.
Intermittent stream.
And the intermittent stream with the riverfront.
Okay, let me just make a suggestion. Bryn, is that the correct motion? Just for some clarity, just to make sure.
I believe it is, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And we're gonna make that, okay.
Before we move forward,
So
Going
it's
to other
require
boards.
floodplain, alternative access, alternative
Analysis.
analysis.
immediate stream in the riverfront.
Intermittent stream, the floodplain. And I'm not sure about the riverfront, was that,
That's a different parcel.
that's a different one?
Okay. So we have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we're gonna go to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
So-
Aye,
Okay,
yes.
so that's a 4-0 vote. Based on that, we will continue this hearing until, what's the time certain? You wanna go 7:23?
Well, I don't care, 7 o'clock, 7:23, whatever it is. Oh, yeah,
The
oh,
nu-
I see, you're
the date.
talking about July 23rd.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, 7:23. I'm going to, and this is, just so I got it right. We're on 2T. I'm gonna look for a motion to reopen,
We close this one.
I'm sorry?
Do
The
we close
roadway.
this one?
No, we just continued. I took a vote, oh, I'm sorry. We did not take a vote to continue?
We forgot to vote.
Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to continue, map 120 lot 2T, hearing until July 23rd.
I make a motion that we continue Hilda Lane Lot 2T till July 23rd.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
4-0. And now I'm looking for a motion to reopen the Hilda Lane roadway.
I'll make a motion to open 8 Hilda Lane roadway.
Okay, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. That hearing is opened, and we're gonna allow a motion. It's gonna be the same motion, but you can just read that. You're gonna,
I make a motion to require that the alternative analysis, vernal pool river, the floodplain, the intermediate stream, and the riverfront be done.
I'm looking for a second?
Second.
Okay. I'm gonna go to a vote, and there's no discussion. We'll go to a vote?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so 4-0. Now I'm gonna be looking for a motion to continue the 8 Hilda Lane roadway until 7:23.
I make a motion that we continue Hilda Lane roadway till July 23rd.
And second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0, unanimous. Mr. Webby, we are now on Lot 4T, and this shows an NOI hearing. You're just gonna have to bear with me.
We have the problem.
Was this hearing opened and continued, Joe?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna go a continuation from whenever we met last, I guess, on map 120, lot 4T. Mr. Webby.
Joe Webby, Webby Engineering, and this is 4T, which is to the west of 2T. And I would suggest that whatever you allow us, or would like us to do on 2T, you just put it right over on this one, and it's gonna be the same concerns.
Okay. Mr. Fanoff, I'm going to ask you to just give us some comments on your review.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Margaret and I, this is a team effort. And our comments are very similar, if not identical to 2T. Is there anything different, Margaret, that we had for this one?
Not really.
No.
Pretty much the same.
If you don't mind, just what are they, so that when we make our motions, we'll know. If you want.
I think that the sequence applies here.
Okay.
All right, same one you just did for 2T. Because this map shows it even a little bit better. There we go. Come on. Move it on. So this is what I think is the intermittent stream right here, this narrow blue line. So, you know, the further you can shift the crossing, if possible, over here, you go from this width down to that width. You know, it's somewhere much more narrow, and there's less BBW. It's more of a stream than it is a swampland, right? Which also means you have to meet the the stream study still needs to be done. But if it's determined to be a stream, then the crossing will have to meet the Massachusetts stream crossing standards.
That's a comment that you made, that we understand that crossing is gonna have to meet all the standards anyways.
Correct. Yeah, you can't just put in
A crossing
a
with,
pipe and throw down some dirt anymore. It's not as that simple anymore.
so that applies. Any comments from the board on this one as of yet?
Well, I think we just got to do the same, I would suggest we do the same thing as far as the sequence of events
Okay.
that we did with TT.
Any questions, Ms. King, at this point?
I have an overall question that I thought of, and call me crazy for asking such a question, if so be. But are there IPM requirements
You got, just want you to be specific.
for
When you get,
integrated pest management or anything such requirements with
We're
all
talking
of
about
those such
invasive
work?
species.
pests, you said, right?
Yeah, for around him, any form of restrictions or any recommendations for such things?
No, so this is the lot in which the replication area is going to be in, okay? So, and I'm getting to your point. The performance standard for the success of a wetland replication area is that after 2 full growing seasons, it must be occupied by at least 75% indigenous wetland species, so natives, right? So that means that you have to have at least 75% survival, all right? But there's another way to look at it. The other way to look at it is you cannot have more than 25% invasive plants in it. So invasive plant eradication and suppression is part of any standard wetland replication area plan. And I haven't seen a wetland replication area plan for this lot. And I have comments in the report on this about wanting to see a planting plan, wanting to see cross-sectional detail of the wetland replication area, but what the construction sequence is going to be. I have the same comments in here about doing regular inspections during the process, bottom inspection, plant inspection, soil inspection, final inspection, et cetera, et cetera. So IPM does play a role in the wetland replication area construction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Anybody in the audience?
I would just like to comment that the comments from the abutters apply to all of these projects, that they are not just for the road or 2T, they have been sent to us for all of the projects.
That's
So
correct,
those-
Mrs. Fraser, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Okay. I would be looking for, this one's gonna have to be continued. So I'd be looking for a motion to continue unless there's anything else.
Yeah, I believe we need to do the
Sequence.
sequence of events first.
And I
before
think that was part of
continuing it.
No, this is a brand new parcel, so we have to make the motion again for
Correct.
this parcel.
So I'm gonna
And
rely on
then-
you to make that motion.
So I make a motion for the sequence of events recommended by Ecosystems for the intermittent stream, for Hilda Lane lot, it's 40, for the the alternative analysts, and the floodplains, and the riverfront. And am I missing anything in
The
this one?
potential vernal pool.
Potential.
And the potential vernal pool.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll go to a vote. Looking for the vote?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that's a 4-0. And I'm gonna be looking for a motion to continue this one. We're gonna go to 7:23 again, Mr. Levy? Okay, looking for a motion to continue to 7:23.
I make a motion that we we continue Hilda Lane lot number 4T till July 23rd.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
4-0. Okay. We are down to Hayward Street, map 121, lot 1D. There's some confusion. Mr. Faniff, did you do a review on, yes, you did. No, you did a review on 361. There was a question on 105 Palmer Mill Road.
Which road?
Well, Hayward Street and Palmer Mill Road.
Yeah, so we have those all covered. I did not have time to provide you a report for Palmer Mill Road, but I do have a verbal report.
Okay, what we're gonna do, is we're gonna do Hayward Street first.
Sure.
So if somebody wants to hit the button, Hayward is a new hearing, so I'll have Ms. King read that into the record. If anybody wants to take a break, just let me know.
Can I use the restroom real quick?
Sure,
Mr.
go ahead.
Chair?
Yeah.
Would you like to read
Yeah,
it?
we'll take a 5-minute break.
I could use one myself.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Take a minute and look at all that Hingham stuff. A lot of it was interesting.
Oh, good.
I do have a friend that practices a lot there. I was gonna reach out to him, Attorney Freeman, see what he thought. Go to the bathroom too.
Yeah.
July 9th. I'm not gonna do anything. So, because then you didn't even see the July 9th, you're gonna be doing this one solo.
Yeah, and there's not too many so far. It's okay.
Well, then I have 11:30 on-site meeting. And then I have 4 o'clock on-site meeting. And then the other is 6:30.
What time? It should have been over an hour ago, so I don't know. I don't know how late they will make us go. I think we have to finish everything on the agenda. I wish I had better news.
So 2 weeks.
It should be.
It would be the 10th. Okay. So,
You're CC'd on the end.
and then we got, Sutton County.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have Julie,
Which property are you with?
has, 1, 2, 1, 2,
Hayward Street? Is it Hayward? Wait a minute. I don't see you on the agenda.
We moved some of the 11 and she wanted them all.
I don't think you're on the agenda. Say it again. What's the property? What? 122 Monpont Street? I don't see them on here.
No.
Oh,
122, what was happening there?
somebody send it, we have this,
Do you have the paper with you? Yeah, we're gonna reconvene, but we have nothing on the agenda for 122, and I'm not aware of anything,
Let me just check my
anything
email.
happening at 122. 122 is towards Plimpton.
Oh, no. Is it, are they at the wrong town?
No,
I'm
it's
looking, no,
towards Plimpton. There's nothing on the agenda
No.
for 122. I wonder if you went to the wrong meeting. Selectmen had a meeting. I don't know what their agenda was. Could it have been an entertainment permit, outdoor entertainment? I know there's some of that stuff down there. There was. Let's see his agenda.
Yeah, let's see. What did I put in minutes? No.
I thought you were here for one of these hearings.
Where do I find it? That's office hours.
Go back to home. Go back to the calendar. There's a. Let me see.
Maybe no, I'm at the homepage. Okay.
Yeah, it's different. Home boards and, try that, home boards and committees.
Boards and committees, okay.
I think you gotta hit home. Oh, wait a minute, you can get it from the selectmen. You can-
Oh, there's home, so this is home.
There you go.
So last year they got a permit for an outdoor entertainment license at the select board for that.
Oh.
Yeah,
Might be a renewal or the same thing.
yeah, I know that they've had.
Town calendar. This is municipal board and committee meeting? No? Okay, go back.
Go to selectmen.
Well, I don't think I can get there until I go to this.
That's
Oh, that's school.
So same permit, you should have the select board.
Shoot.
Okay, yeah, I know they're always doing something down there, so you're in the wrong office, I'm sorry. And I didn't think to ask, I thought you were in on one of these hearings.
It was the select board. This is the conservation. So you can reach out to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go.
All of our stuff. I can tell you what you need to do.
Sorry for the confusion.
Sorry about that. Ms. King, get back in the session. Does he know we're back in session? Just let him know we're back in session.
We're back in session.
This is a new hearing. Okay.
Hayward Street, map 121, lot 1D. Notice is hereby given of public hearing conducted by the Halifax Conservation Commission under the provisions of MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and Chapter 164 of the Town of Halifax on Tuesday, June 11th, 2024. So that should say June 25th, 2024, at 7:20 p.m. at the Halifax Town Hall to consider the notice of intent filed on April 1st, 2024 by Webby Engineering of Plimpton, Mass. On behalf of the applicant, Paul Pete of Kingston, Mass. To construct a single-family dwelling with associated site grading, utilities, septic system, and driveway within 100 feet of bordering vegetated wetlands at the property located on Hayward Street, shown on Assessors Map 121, Lot 1D. Copies of the filing are available at the Conservation Commission office at the Halifax Town Hall per request by email peggyselter@halifax-mass.org or by calling 781-293-6768.
Thank you. I'll be looking for a motion to open the hearing.
I'll make a motion to open the hearing.
Okay. Second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Webby?
Joe Webby, Webby Engineering, and I'm here on behalf of Paul Pinheiro, and he would like to purchase the lot called 121 1D There's the bordering vegetated wetland that was delineated by Brad Holmes. We also have a 50-foot no disturb zone, and we have 100 feet from the BVW. What he would like to build is a single-family dwelling with a garage that will be approximately 64 feet from the BVW. This will be a walkout in the back, so this will be built right on the ground. We are filling in the front yard and putting our septic system in this area and the driveway into the garage.
Okay. Any board members have any questions, Mr. Webby, or we want to go directly to the review? You can reserve to ask Mr. Webby any questions.
We're gonna reserve to ask questions.
Okay.
But Mr. Webby did just hand me the Division of Fishery and Wildlife's
Okay.
letter.
Mr. Fanoff, did that review come back? It did. That one came back. 0 Hayward, 0.
Yeah, Mr.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Chair. Peggy did leave a note that we didn't receive the peer review for this project, so I don't know if it was emailed in after hours or such, but we would need the office to get a copy of the peer review.
You don't have a copy of the report on this one?
Okay.
No,
I
that's
got
what the
it.
note says.
Okay, I got it, so,
Yeah, there's just a note on it that that it's not received here.
I believe she's the one who sent it to me, so hang on one second.
yeah, she would have sent it to me.
Yeah, I send all correspondence, so,
Let me just take a minute before you start.
of course.
The comments were dated June 24th,
Yeah, I haven't finished.
2024.
See, it's didn't receive.
The comments were that show the proposed tree line on the plan, especially the 100-foot buffer zone. Have the design engineer consider 3 to 4 foot stone wall, landscape walls to minimize fill in this area. 3, design engineer may also want to consider a swale in the front of the property. And number 4, has NHESP provided comments for this site? The answer number 4, yes, we just got it. I'm sure they'll be submitted to the office. Go ahead.
Okay, Margaret Bacon, I'm a professional engineer. In my previous profession, I've designed hundreds of these, and I'm sure you have too. So when I look at a site like this, I look at all the fill. Obviously, because you have a high groundwater there, the septic system is going to be up. And so I can understand a lot of the grading on that side, but I see that the driveway's also going to be up. So he wants an attached garage, correct? And so you know what that means. There's 6 feet of fill right here. And then, then chasing that fill all the way around the house. And so, here's the 100-foot buffer zone. So I see all the, we got 6 feet of fill, 0 to 6 feet of fill over here. We have 6 feet of fill in the front. And then, my concern is, even though this is outside the buffer zone, we don't want the water running down onto Hayward Street. So you want to get creative and create some type of little swale or pitch the water so it's not dumping out onto Hayward Street. And then the only reason I mentioned the walls, obviously, that would save quite a bit of fill, along the sides here. That's a lot of dirt, and that's a lot of money. And but if that's the kind of house he wants, he's going to be paying for a lot of dirt, and that's what it comes down to. But as far as the wetlands go, then you're going to have a lot of exposed soil here. You just want to make sure that we're not getting any sedimentation off site. So those are the biggies for me, and I noticed that this whole area it's an old Phragmites, or it's an active Phragmites stand.
Is it Phragmites?
Well, not Phragmites, not Renown's. And I do have a picture of that in the our review, but I didn't see how many trees are coming down. So it'd be nice to see the tree line to make that determination. And I did see the house stakes out there, and they are right in the middle of that knotweed patch. So So did there used to be an old house here at one time years ago?
Yes, there used to be an ancient house, I think it was forward of that.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a big farm when I was a kid, when Al was a kid.
So other than that, I mean, I think those were really only the comments that jumped out at me.
Yeah, I do agree that we should have a little swale right in this area, and slope the driveway to that side. That's easy.
Yeah.
I think I can convince some retaining walls, just some slant walls on these two.
Sure,
Just-
say-
Yeah,
say
let's
what?
say some wing walls.
Right.
I have a question. Just where it's so close to the 50-foot, no touch, what is it on the other side of that 50-foot? Are there a lot of trees back
Yeah,
there?
this actually is pretty well densely wooded right in there.
And the only reason I ask is there's been things brought before us recently where properties have been built, and then there are trees that are inside the 50 that then become a problem for the homeowners, where they're afraid those trees are gonna fall on their new house. So I just didn't know if that was, I know you can't foresee the future, but is that something that could be a potential problem?
Yeah, this is kind of in a second growth, maybe even a third growth area. But the big tree line is back
It's
there.
back further.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other than that, I don't know.
Any other questions?
I have a question. So I believe I read this peer review, there were so many, but this is the one where all of that area where they want to build the garage has been previously disturbed and is now overrun with invasive species, is that correct? So that's
Yeah.
where they want to build the garage?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I walked out there, I'm sure you guys did too,
Yeah.
going through the knotweed.
I have a question for the board. So could we approve with an order of conditions that they remove the invasive species? Because,
You could, invasion, yes.
because normally we don't grant approval for something like this within the 100-foot where it's a garage, but because it's already disturbed, that I would feel differently about it because it's already disturbed and invasive species.
So on the picture, the invasive species are in this area. This is the 50-foot no touch.
Yeah, I think it's probably like that.
So
Almost
that
next
would
to
be,
the road, yeah.
so that's gonna be the whole construction area. Is it a Japanese knotweed, you said?
Correct.
And was it bittersweet as well?
There's bittersweet out there, correct, but this area here is all that knotweed, and you can see the house stakes in there, right in the middle of all the knotweed.
So the knotweed would be removed during the construction?
Yeah, I don't think so, yeah. All that's gonna be cleared.
Oh, so that would just be automatic, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
So
the
just
automatic,
do
if
that.
it's all, because your limit of work is gonna be this line right there, correct? Okay, so
Yeah,
everything,
we don't want to disturb too much.
but that's your limit of work line. So
This is
it-
the limit of work, and then it comes down this way. I
This-
think we will extend it here a little bit to make a little swale.
Okay, this line right there, is that the limit of work?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
The swale was recommended in the report.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, we have no problem with that, and I have no problem with putting a couple of wing walls.
And I have a question. In the report, it also asks if National Heritage and Fish and Game, well now Fish and Wildlife, sorry, had been out and made a determination. Mr. Webby just gave me that determination, so that has been completed.
Oh, good question. What does it read?
So this one says that they feel that there'll be no negative impacts, that it will not adversely affect the actual resource area. But however, it is limited. They have stated that this is only for, I gotta go back again. It only addresses the matter of rare wildlife habitat and does not pertain to other wildlife habitats, issues that may be permanent to the proposed project. So The project may have to go back in front of National Heritage again.
No, I
No.
don't
No.
agree with that.
Okay.
No, in the last paragraph on page 1, it reads that the project as currently proposed will not result in a prohibited take of state-listed rare species. So unless the commission can show a clear showing to the contrary, then you may rely on Natural Heritage's determination that it will not impact rare wildlife. But Kim brings up a very good point, is that this letter only addresses rare species. There are other wildlife species that are not considered rare that the commission has purview over.
So my question would be, when you were out at the site and did your peer review study, did you see any species that may not be on the endangered species list, but are a species of concern?
I'm going to defer to Margaret, because Margaret did the bulk of the work on this one.
Did I see any species out there when I did the review?
That were a species of concern, not listed endangered, but are on this,
I didn't physically see any.
signs,
or
evidence,
or I didn't hear anything in the wetland. Sometimes we'll take note, if we hear peepers or bullfrogs or things like that, or if we notice other type of wildlife, we'll note it, put it in our notes, but we didn't, nothing on that day when we were out there.
For example, we're doing an ANRAD review in a nearby town, and we noticed during our time out in the woods, we saw a bobcat and a box turtle in the area is not listed for rare wildlife, so we made those observations and brought them to the Conservation Commission. So yeah, that's something that we do.
and
But in this case, no, nothing special.
no wildlife that might have been rare or a species of concern or
The
any
only
such thing?
The only thing I saw out there were some deer tracks, along the wetland limits.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Two things. One, if, before construction begins and the erosion controls are up, if someone can come out
Oh,
and
yeah,
just take a
definitely,
look
yeah.
before.
Look
To
for,
just to make sure
To
everything's
inspect
up and
it, sure.
ready to go, just to check the erosion controls.
Yeah, usually that's. in
that's
order.
part of the order of conditions.
I think it's part of the
Okay, yeah, I thought you meant you wanted to check rare species prior.
Oh, God.
Okay, no, okay.
And then the other thing was, do we want to put any posts up at the 50-foot?
Absolutely. I think we can include that in the order of conditions. We have some pictures and some posts that we would like to use, no limit beyond this point.
Yeah, I think probably we really only need to go something like this. We have no need to get over here.
No, I would think, and the board can decide that probably, at least maybe 100 feet.
How many feet?
What's your scale? Is that a 20 scale, 30
That's
scale?
a 20 scale.
That's a 20 scale.
Yeah.
So the post, if you went half a dozen posts, would probably bring you, I would think you only need to go there.
Yeah, that's,
So,
yeah.
so.
So what do you like, maybe 25 feet, or 50 feet, 30 feet?
Probably in that small area, probably maybe 50 feet in the order of conditions.
50's okay.
Posts. Now, before we get into this anymore, let me just check if there's any abutters or anybody in the audience that has any questions or concerns on Hayward Street.
I'm just afraid of the erosion,
Great.
but this.
Why don't you come up?
It's fine.
Getting your steps in tonight.
Diane Bradford. I'm just afraid of the erosion because Hayward Street is so bad. So you're saying the swell is going to help that situation?
Yes.
Is that what that is? Okay, I didn't really know what a swell was.
Swale.
Swale?
Swale.
Swale, okay.
But it is swell, but no.
It is,
Outside ditch.
all right, so that will contain it from going as much as possible.
Did you say post?
Designed appropriately, I'm sure Mr. Webby.
Yeah, it's all good sand. There's a high water table, but it's all good sand right there.
Great, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, that would be part of the order of conditions that they meet the requirements, or the recommendations rather, of ecosystems? How do we make sure if we were to approve it that
I
that
think in this particular case, we can use a standard order of conditions, but I might suggest that ecosystems provide us with the order of conditions. That shouldn't take very long.
With Power 53G is, we have the ability to draft the order conditions for you if that's what you so wish.
Correct. We do have, there's two different ones floating around, so just want to make sure you get with Peggy. I've seen two different ones, so.
As far as the special conditions?
Yes, the special conditions.
Okay.
So because we'd issue a standard order conditions, the special conditions would be the driveway swale and so forth and so on. I think if we don't have any comments, what I would probably suggest is that we approve the project subject to getting a plan that satisfies the ecosystems as far as the swale and the wing walls, and then we put it on the next agenda for signing.
Will you be?
Kimberly had a
Will you be back, you'll be back in the 9th, so that's within 21 days. Yeah, because you have 21 days in which to issue, so I just want to make sure.
We can give you a waiver for that, that's easy.
Okay.
Okay, why don't you provide a waiver, because we might have some issues with the office staff. So I'd be looking for a motion to approve the project based on Ecosystems reviewing a revised plan submitted by Webby Engineering to include swales and to include some wing walls and to make sure that the driveway does not drain onto Haywood Street. And then issue a standard order conditions. Special conditions would be conservation posts every 50 feet. So if somebody want to move that, we'll make it.
So we're not continuing it, we're making the motion.
We're making the motion, but we're not going to sign off until there's a revised plan. I think everybody agrees that we're okay.
So it's making the motion contingent on the revised plan.
Correct.
Okay.
And we're gonna let Ecosystems review that plan, because we're not gonna have time to.
I had just one question, and I don't know if there's an answer for it, just to put it out there, but I know in the past we haven't asked Ecosystems to do our order of conditions. And I understand even with prior staffing issues. So I'm just curious to know what the increased cost is going to be to the town and to the applicants, so we can properly budget going forward if these are going to be the types of things that we're going to require.
There may be. The beauty of this particular moment in time is that we're reviewing 8 in a row, right? So there's some scale, right, that could be made. So I have a feeling that we're still going to be within budget, but if you had me to do, one review solo and there's nothing else in the works, then I might need to ask more, but I don't foresee asking for more at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, someone want to move that motion?
I will move that motion
Hold on one
with
second.
the conditions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If it makes you feel any better, we draft well over 100 order conditions a year for various conservation commissions.
No, I believe you, and you guys are the experts. I like the idea. I just wanted to be prepared of any increased costs, because we have such a small budget in Halifax.
Well,
Yeah, the budget would be, the applicant would have to pay for that, and they did review one of his proposals, okay, and especially on the big parcel on, in Halifax, we're not gonna be able to draft that. And I think it's important that we have a good order of conditions, that everybody understands 2 or 3 years down the road, and I don't think we have the expertise, so I would rely on.
No, I think it's fantastic, and we've never done it before, so I think it's fantastic that you guys do it too, and it's an option for the town.
Yes, it is, and it can all be covered by 53G through the applicant and not through the town. And one of the things that we do that I think adds value to the whole order conditions, in the special order conditions, we like to add something called the findings of fact, which explains how the sausage got made, so to speak. Gives a little narrative background so that 5, 10, 15 years from now, and all you see is an order of conditions, and special conditions with numbers, and maybe a site plan, you're like, what the heck is going on? You can look at the order of conditions, go to the special conditions, the first 2 pages, it tells you, things like when the application was received, when the public hearing was open, when the public hearing was closed, who were the applicable voting members, what was the vote, who was the applicant, who was the representative, and then a little background, a little quick description of the property as it was at that time, what is being proposed, and what the Conservation Commission's, how it went, and kind of like concerns that they might have had that got us to the point where we are.
That's
I like
excellent.
it.
And I'm fine with that. I do spend a lot of time looking at minutes and been doing research, and it's very difficult and trying to figure out what happened when you're looking at the paperwork. And we had that experience on 112 River Street. We finally, Peggy and I went through all the files and the meeting minutes to determine what had happened.
Nope, I had been there and done that with Deb before Peggy had taken over, and it is a lot of work, and I like it, and thank you guys for what you do. You guys are fantastic.
Thank you for calling us.
I have a motion. I'm trying to see if did I get a second?
Second.
Second, all right. The motion's in the record, so I don't know that I have to repeat it. All in favor?
I'm sorry, I need to make sure I know what the motion is.
Okay. I believe the motion is going to be to allow the project to move forward. There's gonna be conservation posts every 15 feet.
15? Oh,
Every 50 feet.
50, okay, yeah.
Do not disturb.
okay.
There's gonna be a swale created, I don't have the plan in front of me. Swale created at Hayward Street, and there'll be no runoff from the driveway onto Hayward Street.
And subject to the order of conditions being drafted by Ecosystems, is that part of the motion?
Yes.
I'd like.
Yeah, you can include that in the motion, that's fine. I don't have a problem.
It was already included.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
So I have a motion, I have a second. We're going to a vote?
Yes.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
4-0. Look for motion to close the hearing.
I look forward to closing the hearing. No, I make a motion to close the hearing for Hayward Street.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the hearing's closed. How many more do we have?
2. And then discussions.
Okay. Next is 105 Palmer Mill Road, which we can open that hearing, but I have not seen the review, and we were going frantic at 5 o'clock. Did that review finally come in?
Yeah, I have a verbal report for you.
Okay. Is that going to be acceptable to the board? A verbal report?
I'm okay with a verbal report.
Okay. This is going to be a new hearing, so I'll ask you to read that into the record. 105 Palmer Mill Road.
Notice of public hearing. Notice is hereby given by a public hearing conducted by the Halifax Conservation Commission under the provisions of MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and Chapter 164 of the Town of Halifax, on Tuesday, June 25th, 2024, at 7 p.m. at the Halifax Town Hall, to consider a notice of intent submitted by Weatherby Engineering of Plimpton, Mass. On behalf of Fabrowski Realty Group and Construction LLC of Halifax, Mass. To construct a single-family dwelling with associated grading, utilities, septic system, and driveway with 100 foot of the bordering vegetation wetlands at 105 Palmer Mill Road, Halifax, Mass. Shown on Assessor's Map 84, Lot 4. Copies of the filing are available at the Conservation Commission's office at the Halifax Town Hall per request, or by email at peggyselter@halifax-mass.org, or by calling 781-590-3872.
Thank you. Mr. Webby, green cards.
I believe I left them with Kim.
Okay.
Yes, I have the green cards.
Okay. I'm gonna need a motion to open the hearing. It's getting late.
I make a motion to open the hearing for 105 Palmer Mill Road.
Second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? 4-0. Oops, I'm sorry. Mr. Webby.
Joe Webby Engineering, and I'm here on behalf of Tim Dabrowski. He has purchased the DeHay House, which is an ancient house right about up in here, and we were able to separate a couple of lots. This would be the first one. There's also a retreat lot in this area. But what he would like to do is construct a single-family dwelling with associated utilities, driveways, septic system. Right now, we have a BVW that was delineated by Brad Holmes. We have a 50-foot, 100-foot. A majority of the work is going to be beyond the 100 feet, but we are doing some work within the, between 50 and 100.
Okay. I think at this point, we're gonna let Fana address his comments. He's gonna do verbal comments, so we don't have them. And then we'll open it up to the board.
Thank you, I'm handling this one. Brandon, Fana, Ecosystem Solutions. I have no issues with, no comments on the well delineation by Brad Holmes. I think the well delineation is accurate. I really have no issues with the site plan. However, I recommend that you all do a drive-by because this lot has already been cleared. And I was able to walk right down to flag A3, which is right here. And the, basically, the edge of clearing is about 25 feet away from flag A3, which violates your 50-foot no-touch zone. And I'm not convinced that they didn't go into the wetland where flags A1 and A2 are because they kind of jet out towards Palmer Mill Road. And if you go to the site, you're going to see that the edge of the clearing is parallel with Palmer Mill Road, so it goes something like this. Oh, that didn't help. So it goes like this. So I suspect that flags A1 and A2 were obliterated in the clearing. So we have other issues. Like if they hadn't done that, I think that this could have gotten approved tonight. But the land was cleared. It was stumped, smoothed out. The house is staked though, so we know where that is. But I think that the clearing. Is much closer than the 50-foot zone and possibly within the BVW in areas of A1 and A2. The clearing continues, let me get on this side. The clearing continues around in this direction and then these two lots behind the ancient house. And in the middle lot, this is all cleared as well. So I'm walking back here checking out the wetland flags and I come out into the clearing, which is somewhere around here. And I saw some more wetland flags by Brad Holmes, C-series flags that were right at the edge of the clearing. So I think that you have bigger issues than, unfortunately, than just issuing an order of conditions now.
I've noticed that.
Hold on, just a question, okay. I did do a site visit, so I'm familiar with what he's saying, so
I have done a drive-by and noticed that it was also cleared, but
Okay.
didn't know where it stood within town hall and was waiting for meeting.
Okay.
So it's just been justified to me.
Okay, I'm gonna ask
Are you-
Anna for his some suggestions. I
Would it
was
be a
on the
cease
site.
and desist?
I did, no, I don't think that's gonna be appropriate. I did a site visit, I did see some of the flags, I didn't go into which one. I think probably what I saw might have been A3 or something.
Yeah, A3 was pretty easy to find.
Yeah, some over there, okay. I'm just gonna ask you for your suggestions at this point. Do we require some sort of replication prior to issuing any orders? You've done this more than we have, so.
Yeah, so my recommendation is to go out and do a little bit more survey work because we're gonna need to know what the current tree line is. so we know what the current limit of disturbance is, so you can quantify impacts, and then come up with a restoration plan for work in those areas the commission would have never approved of anyway. I'm presuming the area within 50 feet of the wetland boundary, right? So what usually happens in these cases is the order of conditions is held up until the restoration work is complete. And then the restoration work can be, there's usually a 2-year monitoring period, which can be rolled into a special order of conditions. I don't think it's really necessary to do an enforcement order, as much as you just hold up their ability to close out the order of conditions. That's usually painful enough to get people to comply.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, unfortunately in the town of Halifax, since I have been a member, this is an ongoing issue. Everybody does what they want, regardless of what Conservation Commission says. And I'm sure it's because of our staffing issues and the commission's inability to have consistency over some time, which is slowly changing. But what can be a decent consequence other than just the restoration work, which would just have to be done anyways? Because this just isn't acceptable.
What do you have the ability to do? Has the town accepted section 21D ticketing? Is that in your bylaw?
I believe
Yes,
it
it
is.
is. It is.
You could always ticket, and this is a very finable offense, at $300 a day, starting tonight. But I'm very familiar with the ticketing process. In fact, I teach classes on it. But you need a ticketing book, which I don't even know if you have.
I believe I'm very familiar with it. We do, because I had to do it for 31 Ocean Ave.
Okay, so you have to fill out the ticket. I'm gonna presume you fine up to $300 a day. And you can make it a date certain, like you could start tonight, and you can say the fine's gonna go through until the point where we accept a restoration plan for the area, right? So you're talking, I gotta figure, usually these things go pretty quick once you start ticketing. So you could probably finish your ticketing by July 9th, probably. So that's an option. But the thing is with ticketing is that there's usually a white copy on top and there's 3 carbon copies underneath it. And each one of those carbon copies has to go somewhere. One of them goes to the Conservation Commission, one of them goes to the town administrator's office, one of them goes to the violator themselves, and one goes to your district court.
Yes.
So that means that at least once every 15 days, the tickets have to be delivered by certified mail return receipt or hand delivered to the violator and to the court. And I am not familiar with your district court is here.
It's in Plymouth. It's on Aubrey Street.
All right, so someone would have to take charge of that.
Every other week, I work in that area, so I could drop off to the courthouse every 13 to 15 days. That I can handle.
Anyway, if you really want to lay down the law and drop the hammer and all that good stuff, that's the way to do it, to get people to know and understand the commission means business.
And it's not only this, when this has come up in the past, we have ticketed, so we would be staying consistent with what we do as a board, which is wholeheartedly important.
Okay, so that's your call. I'm going to step over here.
Thank you.
$300 a day is kind of steep. Not that I'm against it, but can we reduce it and
No,
vote?
you can't.
No? Okay.
It has to be $300 a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody in the audience? Anybody got any comments? Okay. What's your feeling? I'm going to tell you that I'm not a 21D fan. I was on the bylaw committee when we adopted it, and I thought it was very, very good way to prod progress. with zoning violations and stuff like this. The enforcement part of 21D is horrendous. I mean, when those hearings are scheduled, and we can agree or disagree, that those hearings can be held with one hearing per day. So if you have 10 days worth of tickets at $3,000, you can require a hearing on each one of those particular tickets.
Yes, you may, and I've gone to them, and
Yeah.
I've represented towns in front of them, clerk magistrate too. And, yeah, so I've done that.
Yeah.
So, you know, an alternative is to require the survey, like I was just saying, you know, survey the current wood line with the current limited disturbances, so you can quantify the size and the locations of the area that need to be restored, come up with a restoration plan that will be put onto this plan right here. And then you don't issue the order of conditions until the work is complete.
I foresee them starting the work without a consequence, like,
No, I think,
happens all the time in this.
I think that probably the commission should consider tonight, and we can issue an enforcement order, that no activity be done within the 100 foot. And then ratify that at the next meeting. And that's gonna give them the opportunity to come in with some sort of a plan with some sort of replication. That's fine.
Sorry.
Can we delay the beginning of the ticketing process and give them time to do that so that we don't have to go through all the process? Can we have the date that it begins be 2 weeks out or 3 weeks out? To give them time.
No, I think you have to witness that violation per day. Someone has to go down there every single day to witness that violation. We just went through that with another zoning violation where the officer every Monday morning wrote 7 tickets. So someone needs to go out there every day and verify that the violation still exists. My thoughts is if we issued an order that there be no activity within the 100 foot, then he can't do anything within the 100 foot until we get,
Well, the 100 foot is way up here.
correct. We have jurisdiction
Yes,
within the 100 foot.
you have controlling authority.
So if we issue an order that no activity be done within 100 foot, then somebody's gonna come in with a plan within the next couple of weeks, a replication plan, I would think, that we could either approve, amend, have you review, and then, once that's done, we potentially could request a bond, and let whatever activity needs to go forward.
Bond, you have the ability to require bond?
No,
I
we do not on conservation.
I don't
You
know.
know, I,
But that is
I'm
another
gonna,
option, actually.
I'm gonna disagree, because I've been in situations, not in Halifax, where we had the bond, you know, for grass and stuff like that on the real estate closing, so that's an option,
I think we have.
to require a bond, and I think that's
Yeah.
going to produce some results with a,
Some
with
kind
a,
of
with,
performance bond?
yeah, with a, it's not really a,
It's a different
it's
kind
a,
of
it's
bond.
more of a guarantee.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a guarantee bond. And I think that would prod compliance better than a 21D ticket that someone's needed surrender today. And that's my opinion, so I think the board should
How about,
look at whether or not do we want
I have another
to issue.
question, too.
Okay.
But the other thing too is, this is just one parcel. There's gonna be a couple other properties coming up on here.
Mhm.
So do we want to address that now too, if they've already started, you know, down
But-
vegetation on
Yeah,
other properties?
they have done extensive clearing, and I found some ECR/Brad Holmes flags right at the edge of the clearing that says it's C, 5.
So
That's
maybe
all.
we want to include those other parcels in the,
I would do it separate, those separate.
Yeah, it would be separate, because this particular parcel, we are now have a plan in front of us.
Mhm.
If there was something else, an adjacent parcel, and we have to clearly identify, this is the parcel that the activity's on, and that's gotta be clearly identified through 21D. And then, if there's another parcel, then we'd have to identify that
separately.
separately, But I think if there's a minimal amount of activity and nothing proposed, then if there's a separate parcel that has activity, then we should issue an enforcement order, which won't be lifted until such time as they file with the commission. Just bear in mind that, we can issue an enforcement order tomorrow, and it has to be ratified at the next meeting. So if that's the course of action the board wants to take, we can do both. Issue an order that no activity be done within the 100, that a plan come in within a few weeks, a restoration plan that's gonna be reviewed by Ecosystems, and then we can continue on with this hearing. And if the commission so wishes, I can go out there in the next few days and look at the adjacent parcel, and if there is activity there, then we issue an enforcement order on both.
I have a question. With the enforcement order, we'd have to go out daily to make sure they're not working, so.
Not on an enforcement order. On 21D, you have to go out.
No, I understand that, but how are we gonna know if they're not doing anything if we're not going out daily to check the enforcement orders actually being adhered to?
I mean, you could volunteer. I mean, it's, you have to go find the site. So, we have to rely on compliance, because if he wants to get a building permit, he wants to do that house, then he needs to comply.
Well, if he was complying, this wouldn't have happened, and Ecosystems wouldn't have figured it out,
Okay.
found it, so he's
I was-
already not in compliance.
I was out there a week or 10 days ago, and I looked at it, and the owner was there, and I said, you're in the buffer zone. So I think we got a couple of options. Do you think the enforcement order at this point is going to be the most productive?
Nothing wrong with that. So you can issue an enforcement order, and the boxes to check are cease and desist all activity. And the second is, there's already a notice of intent in, so you don't have to worry about that one. And then you say a restoration plan is required by a date certain. What date would you like to see the restoration plan? Probably July 9.
And no later than July 9.
No later than July 9. And at which point, if you don't get it by then, what's your consequence?
I think
21
that's
days.
when, that's what I was saying, suggesting that if you don't do it by a certain date, then it starts.
Then we can issue citation.
Right.
I just need to clarify, when it comes to the enforcement
Cease and
part,
desist
I
is-
don't know that who's got the authority other than the agent.
I will say, you will have a plan of what he disturbed before July 9th.
Okay, so let's cross that bridge.
So,
There is to me a question as to who has the authority. As the board, the commission, we have the authority to issue the enforcement order, okay?
Yes, you
I'm not clear that the chair is allowed to issue 21D tickets.
anyone on the board is, and I only know that from 31 Ocean Ave, for a signature. And so, Brandon,
Okay.
our professionals are shaking their head, yes.
Okay, so you
I agree,
see,
but however, in the end, ticketing is usually done under enforcement order, and enforcement orders have to be ratified by a majority of the board. So one person on the board, or the agent, may sign the enforcement order, just one signature, and then it can go into effect, but at the next available meeting, it has to be ratified.
correct, but it appears to me that he wants to move forward with this. We're gonna get some compliance. So, I think a little premature on the 21D. I just,
I'd also like to see the survey that was recommended on July 9th too as part of that enforcement order.
Right, and I would
I'd like
also-
the cease and desist, I'd like the survey, and I'd like the replica and restoration plan ahead
I would
in
also
front of
ask,
us.
I think that flags A1 and A2 were cut down, so I would like to see those reestablished in the field.
We can put them back by survey.
Yeah, thank you.
okay. Mr. Weber, do you think there's gonna be any problem with, what do you want, a tree line on there, and you want the flags redelineated, or you want A1, or A2, A3? Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Even here to here.
yeah, exactly, so I need the disturbed area outlined with the current tree line, reestablish lost, I'll just say reestablish lost flags, and restoration planting plan, which is gonna be expensive. If you go by the DEP recommended spacing, about 8 to 10 feet on center.
Yeah.
And shrubs are, well, like 5 to 8 feet on center. They disturb quite a bit of room, and the trees, if you get a 4-foot tree, that's a $250 tree.
Yeah.
You know, so this is gonna be a very, unfortunately, very expensive endeavor for the applicant, whether you find them or not. And if you would like help writing the enforcement order.
You do that too?
I do everything.
That is fantastic.
Right, so that may require some additional 53G funds.
Do we have to ask the applicant if we can increase their 53G funds, or are we allowed just to do that?
You need to ask the applicant, because they have the ability to, they have the right to question or refuse or, question the expertise, et cetera.
I think we can draft the enforcement order.
That's right.
I think the restoration plan is gonna have to be reviewed by.
That I can do.
Okay.
And then my last question is, so if we have to go, I'm not against the bond idea, but if they want to continue to be difficult, because it's just, in my experience since sitting the board, the way it goes, and there's never compliance. Can we do the bond and the 21D? Can we require that? Like, can we do that at the same time? Because I'd like to see that in the enforcement letter. On such and such date, 21D is going to start, but we're also going to be requiring you that bond of guaranteed that this is all done, the order of conditions is complete. I mean, the 21D may or may not go forward, or may go forward for a short time and then resolve itself. But I'd still want to see the bond in there as well. I just want to give the applicant as much notice as possible and be as upfront with them as possible that these are the actions the board may or may not potentially take with you.
Just to clarify that, I think it should be a step-by-step approach. I think we can issue the enforcement order tomorrow and ratify it on the 9th. And I see what compliance we get. The bonding would only be on the restoration plan or the notice of intent. I don't think we need to do anything special on a restoration plan. We don't need an additional filing. We could require in the order of conditions that area that was disturbed to be bonded, and do some research on the bonding part of it. And let's hope that we get some compliance without throwing a hammer down. If we don't get compliance, then we'll look at the 21D. Like I said, my experience with 21Ds, I thought it was great. Until you get situations, and I'm gonna tell you that 21 Ocean Avenue was very similar, where the town spent $3,000 for an attorney, and I think he got fined $150. So that doesn't make any sense.
I was there.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. So,
Yeah,
we know we need to get compliance, and I agree. Every town's faced with the same thing, if they can get away with something. And it's education. People don't realize when they buy a piece of property that little puddle might be more than just a little puddle. So, I think we need to do it step by step. I think that Mr. Webby's gonna share with the owner that we're serious.
And I think, I mean, there's a difference between confusing a puddle and a vernal pool, between knowing that you had to put a notice of intent in and clearing acres upon acres out.
Well, it wasn't acres or acres, he alluded that the tree guy went a little too far, but, that's not our issue, so. So right now, I think I'd be looking for a motion to continue this. I'm not looking for a motion on the enforcement order, because that's premature, we'll do that tomorrow. So what's the
Don't
board's
we need to
pleasure?
vote to have the enforcement order done?
No, you need to vote after.
Okay.
You can just
And just issue the order.
enforcement order with one signature, and then the next meeting, then you'll have it.
Okay.
So does anyone want to make a motion on this particular one?
I'll make a motion to continue 105 Palmer Mill Road to our July 9th meeting.
Yeah, second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and I'm just gonna have you second it for discussion. The I'm just wondering if in the motion it should, so that we can ensure some compliance with the Halifax regulations. Do you mind just adding that to your motion?
Sure, I will amend my motion as stated.
Okay. Then it's just to ensure compliance with Halifax's regulation. So we have a motion and a second to continue it till July 9th. At that point, the engineering company is going to provide a restoration plan. And we'll take it from there. If that motion's okay, was seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous, 4-0. We have one more.
Oh, wait, there's more.
We have one. This one it's a new hearing. There's some confusion on, it's a DEP number SE 1710583. There's a little confusion with the address. So why don't we read it into the record as the 361 is stated on the NOI and/or 0 Plymouth Street.
Notice of public hearing is hereby given of a public hearing conducted by the Halifax Conservation Commission under the provisions of MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, and Chapter 164 of the Town of Halifax on Tuesday, June 25th, 2024 at 7 p.m. at the Halifax Town Hall to consider a notice of intent submitted by Webby Engineering of Plimpton, Mass. On behalf of Mr. Ware of Abington, Mass. To construct a commercial building with associated grading, utilities, septic system, and driveway within 100 foot of the bordering vegetative wetlands at 361 Plymouth Street and/or 0 Plymouth Street, shown on Assessor's Map 73, Lot 7A. Copies of the filing are available at the Conservation Commission's office at the Halifax Town Hall per request by email to Peggy Shelter at halifax-mass.org or by calling 781-590-3872.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion to open the notice of intent for this location, which is either 0 Plymouth Street or 361.
I will open it for 361 Plymouth and/or 0 Plymouth Street as map 73 7A.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Mr. Webby. You want to clarify the address first?
Well, Joe Webby Engineering, and with me is Arnie Weira, and Arnie's purchased this property. The neighbor right here is 395. We haven't officially been given a number by would be the fire department or whoever, but
Assessors.
or the assessors. But for us, we're calling it 361. So in any case, Arnie owns this 40,000 square foot lot that has been open and cleared of any trees for quite a while, completely disturbed. We had Brad Holmes go out in 22. And he delineated the wetlands that would go around, and there's another piece which is here. Just as a little bit of a, to orient where we are, the car wash is right here. So the car wash is across the street and a little bit to the right. And what Arnie would like to do is he would like to build a garage for his trucks, his only trucks. And there would be a one-bedroom apartment upstairs for himself. And with the associated paving, septic system, drainage basin. And as you can see, we're trying to keep all our work beyond the 50 feet. And the only thing kind of between the 50 and 100 is a little bit of the basin and some of the paving. And Arnie can give you a little bit more information if you'd like to know what he does there, or what he's going to be doing.
we'll hold off on that just for a minute. We read the reviews, and Stefanov, I'm gonna have you just come up and address it. It didn't seem to be,
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, Margaret Bacon took the lead on this one.
that's fine, okay?
Thank you.
Didn't seem to be very many.
Sit down first.
I need to sit down.
Way down, I don't know.
Good evening, Margaret Bacon again, professional engineer. Yeah, when we went out and did the wetland review, we noticed right off the bat that you could tell that there was a lot of historic fill on this adjacent lot. And most of these flags right here were either gone, or there were just stubs left, or they weren't legible, they were old. So we really, what you could see where some of the stubs were, and right at the end of the wetland in the fill. So, you know, you can tell that, like I said, historically this area's had some fill, and actually I did some review on some of those historical Google Earth maps, and you can see since 2015 up that there's a lot of fill been placed on this lot and on this lot. But back to the wetland line. So this line here we really couldn't confirm. This line here on this property, it looked like somebody put some fresh wetland flags up here. And this area too, you could tell this wetland area has been historically filled over the years. I don't know, you know, how long ago, but you could just tell that, you know, that whatever the extent of the wetland limits were at one time have been reduced. So that was one of the issues. And then the other issue, now is this going through site plan review with the planning board?
We are in the middle of site plan review, yes.
Okay, so they're doing their stormwater review.
Yes.
'Cause the only,
We will do the stormwater review.
what?
Conservation does stormwater review.
But, and, both boards actually do it, Chair.
Okay.
Planning has their role, and then conservation has their role.
And that's the beauty of having Margaret, because she's a professional engineer, this is what she does for a living.
I did.
Okay.
No, I'm reviewing, but anyways. So yeah, so what jumped out at me, I see there's a drainage report in here, but I wasn't quite sure if we were supposed to be reviewing this or not. I didn't see it in the scope of our services. But I did do a preliminary review, and a couple of things jumped out at me. And one of the things that jumped out at me is, I don't know if they did test pits out there with those.
We did. I think, I don't know why we didn't put them on there, but we have them on the, I think it's the 5th page, we have some. We have a couple of solar logs down here. We just gotta tell you where they are, or where they were.
Yeah, because I didn't see anything in the report or anything, so I wasn't sure if that was done. So now that I know that that's there, we can take a look at that. And then,
Just not to interrupt you, but we have a separate review for the stormwater as far as the Conservation Commission.
so we're not reviewing.
You're not going to be reviewing
Okay,
that.
okay, so that's why I didn't spend a whole lot of time on
Correct.
it. That was just preliminary review. And I'm not gonna worry about the stormwater, but, well, we do worry about stormwater, because the last thing you want to do is design something like this and then not have it work, you know, because then it's a problem, so. So I guess, you know, our recommendations would be is to, somebody needs to refresh those flags there.
Did you find that there was a problem with the flags?
Well, you can see where the toe of slope is the toe of the fill, you know? So, but a lot of these flags weren't there. Sometimes you can just see a little stub. It certainly looked older than 2 years.
But yes, Mr. Chairman, we are concerned that since 2015, when it's obvious on the Google Earth maps that fill is being imported to these two sites, that BVW may have been filled. So we do have a concern about that. But we can't really go any further until we can see the flags and see them in the field.
Okay. Let me just add some personal knowledge, because I know that both lots were filled. The lot that we are discussing now was filled dramatically in the early 90s.
Okay.
I'm gonna say at that point, they probably put 4 or 5 feet of fill in then. And then subsequently, I'm gonna say in the last 3 or 4 years, it's probably 3 or 4 years ago, that they did perk that, because there was a question as to whether or not they would perk, because obviously it's not gonna perk in the fill. I believe the commission, on the lot adjacent to it, and I don't know the number, allowed some filling on that particular lot. That I'm sure of.
So there may be an order of conditions.
I don't, on the Nesserellas, I don't know if there was an order of conditions, I don't know what happened, but I know that, the commission has allowed some fill in there. You know, the applicant can provide something. So what are you recommending?
Refresh the wetland boundary, so we can check that out, because that's job number one. Before, you know, if you're gonna be protecting wetlands and reviewing a site plan, the first thing you have to know is where is the wetland resource area, and is the delineation correct? And having that history that the chair's just talking about would be very important for our decision-making process, because if there is an order of conditions that allows filling here, then our concerns go away.
I'm sure you remember that, Kathy, that was probably 10 cents. Okay, they'll have to find,
I'm trying to remember it.
pardon me?
I'm trying to remember it.
Yeah.
Whereabouts is this again? What was put on that
If,
lot?
if you look at the blue line, there's a space, the blue line, and then the next is the old auto parts store. And then, what's the street that goes up, not Layton Lane, Indian Path. So in between the BVW there, it goes back into Uplands. The old auto parts store is right at the corner, which would be,
Yeah, it's good, 3 or 4 acres
yeah, in between
of
there.
wetlands.
The auto parts would be somewhere in here, and then Indian Path is over here. So I know that there was an order, I know that there was something issued on that to allow that. And I know in the past, in the early 90s, that was filled dramatically.
And there was no enforcement action, no order of conditions required at that time?
How,
I don't know that this, I don't think that this lot, I mean, I know the parties, I don't know that in the early 90s, I mean, your regulations only go back to 89, so I don't even know how much of a commission you had back in the 90s. But I didn't, you know, I remember them doing it. I don't know why they would have gotten permission with, you know, even if there was a commission, or it might have been a small commission, I don't remember that, but, so, but I do know that that was filled, because there was a concern that when that was purchased, on whether or not it was gonna perk, or whether they're gonna attempt to try to perk it in the fill. Do the soil logs reflect a substantial amount of fill, Mr. Levy?
Let's see if there's fill on the soil logs.
They're 3 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's at least 3 feet of fill
Yeah.
in that area of the gas.
And one of the reasons back then is Halifax had a very strange regulation that you had to be 6'6" above the water table. Was that prior to Title V? There was an odd regulation that you needed to have 6'2" or 6'6" or something.
It was 60 inches.
60 inches.
60
inches
before you
above
hit
the
the
water
water
table, and so, and that was
makes
filled.
sense, because you got 3 feet of fill, and then the modeling, which indicates the seasonal high water table, starts at 46 and 48 inches. Right, so, yeah.
I remember, I think, did Kathy Drynan perk that? Is that the name on the law?
Yeah, she was out there.
Yeah, she was out there perking, I do recall that. So, and she was well aware of the fill. It is substantiated in some of the records, so. So your recommendation at this point is to reflect?
I have a question. Is this the property that abuts the endangered species that is out back near DEP and some other areas? We have some older maps in the town of Halifax, but about 10, 12 years ago, I know they were updated.
They were updated in 2021.
And so they've been updated again. But I know the town didn't get hard copies and other things, and a lot, when I go to redo and look.
They stopped doing hard copy, it's all digital now. Yeah. We used to get these giant, like, atlases, that were like this. That's the, yeah.
Do you mind bringing that down? The best of my recollection, that beyond that, isn't that 395 Plymouth Street right there?
Yeah, this is 395. That's the old red.
Yeah, and then, and was that Sturtevant's property there? I can't read that. What all,
This
the chicken
used to
farm?
all- Yeah, Sturtevant used to be on the back.
Okay,
That went to Indian Pack.
okay, and that's where the chicken houses were.
Chicken houses, there was a chicken house.
Yeah, and then you have the BVW that comes off of Indian Path, but I think that comes from the pond in front of the fire station. Comes underneath the road to create that, just wetlands here. And there's a pond across from the fire station.
I'm trying to think of which way the water flows there. I believe it all flows in that direction,
Okay.
to the west. To Arno Pond, what's that little pond called?
Somebody
Across the
said,
street from the fire.
yeah, somebody mentioned the name that I never heard the other day. So at this point, we need to redelineate the line and then revisit that. That's gonna make the difference.
And in that area too, I'm almost positive, and I can triple check with the MCPs, that there is an underground stream that runs from where that little pond is. And you'll see the outlet that goes under the dirt driveway and runs towards the back of the property, but I don't know if it would affect how we may or may not vote on this project, because I don't see it on the map.
Are you thinking about the stream next to the fire station?
No, the stream next to the fire station goes into the little pond, and
Correct.
then if you're walking, so if you're at the fire department and you're looking left and you're walking left towards the pond, there's a dirt driveway that leads back to a house. And there is a culvert where it runs underneath that dirt driveway, and when you walk, sometimes, and there may be old ditches, but sometimes it's dry, and sometimes there's a good amount of water in them, but I'm almost pretty sure that it's a stream.
My experience
And an
is because
underground stream.
I was gonna put water service in that particular house. And we investigated by the fire station, and we investigated that street, that dirt cart path is actually, it's either Old Plymouth Street or there's a name that goes from Indian Path out in front of the school, in front of that gentleman's house. When Route 106 was straightened out, they put it near the fire station. So I recall in the research, there's drainage off of Indian Path that comes into that area, and it's probably where that culvert was, because we were trying to get water from Indian Path, town water, and we couldn't. And there is the BVW on that side, and I think it's more from the drainage. So, go ahead.
So I'm curious what it is that the trucks are for and what he does. Is it an appropriate time to ask that question? Or should we?
No, I think we've decided that we're gonna get the line done, but no, absolutely.
Okay, all right, yeah, because trucks, you know, depending on what type of truck and what will be done there, could impact the wetlands, so.
Hi, Arnie Ware. Yeah, so I run a transport business, an individual transport business. I move cars to Florida in the fall and bring them back in the spring. And it's a one-man operation. I'm just going to be parking a trailer and having my rig inside the garage, pretty much. It's
How
not
many,
gonna
how many
be a-
trucks do you have?
I have two.
You have two, okay.
With one, I'm the only employee, so it's
Diesel fuel or gas?
yeah, diesel. Yeah, the 18 wheelers. Yeah, it's pretty cut and dry. It's not a high traffic situation or anything like a terminal or, just my customers will bring the cars there and I load them up and leave and I'm gone for 10 days at a time.
So you're not parking cars there, you're taking them right to Florida, they don't stay,
They may park for
accumulate?
a couple days, possibly, yeah. So I collect them to get a full load.
Okay,
Yeah,
about
right.
how many cars make a full load?
6.
6, okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I do have one. There's not gonna be any repairing or servicing of any of these imported cars.
No, the cars are strictly getting transported. No.
And your service area would be beyond the 100-foot buffer zone anyways.
Correct.
Um,
Any kind of, it's more cost efficient to sublet any repairs on the trucks or anything, so obviously they'd be in the garage most of the time. but-
So Mr. Whitby, our jurisdiction is gonna be the drainage basin in the rear parking lot. Okay. So, I think I'd be looking for a motion to continue, oh, I'm sorry.
I just to follow up a little, if you don't mind. because and this might, answer some questions regarding the fill. If you look at the soil maps for this area, and these soil maps are actually fairly accurate. There's a line right here, and on this side it's called an eldridge soil, which has a groundwater elevation of about 18 to 24 inches, and it's a much denser soil. It's not conducive to infiltration. And then over here you have a Merrimack soil, okay? But obviously the site has been disturbed. So my question to you, Mr. Webby, is when you showed me those soil logs on the other sheet.
I dropped them, yeah, they're right, actually, they showed them right there.
Okay, and so those soil logs that are on the second sheet aren't for the septic system?
No, they're for those, no, may I?
Sure.
I just want to
Yeah.
see what these numbers are. So what what does it say? Okay, D2 and D1.
Okay, and so I come up to this next page, and this is the septic sheet, all right?
No, this is your detail sheet, and this is D1 and D.
Okay.
Two D1s, but one is D2.
Okay, and so I guess, and so where are the soil logs for the septic?
They're not on this page. This is the construction details.
Okay, so
I don't
we have a
know
septic.
if we've actually drawn a septic plan, but it's gonna be over in this area.
Okay, so there's a separate stormwater reviewer on this.
Yes, there is.
Would it be possible for us to get a copy of their comments when their review was done?
Of course.
Yes, it would be. The
Okay.
problem is that the procedure is now is going to be, he's going to be filing the notice of intent. And once that's completed, then he'll file an application for stormwater. So you won't have that information prior. We're not doing it simultaneously because there's time restrictions on the stormwater where there isn't on the notice of intent.
So
And we can't get everything all together that quick.
So they do the stormwater after this has been
Correct.
approved, okay?
I don't know how that can work because of the stormwater standards within the wetlands protection.
It doesn't work.
The problem is we've got a bylaw that gives us a certain time frame. We've got, you submit the application, it's got a time frame to go up to certain committees, and we got to hold the hearing, so we are doing it step by step.
While violating the law, I think is his point, and the statutes that are in the books.
I don't think we're violating the law, because if any of our stormwater is in the Wetlands Protection Act, then obviously our review engineer is gonna pick all that up. And we have, I've got a, 6 or 8 page, it's probably 13-page report now where they've done reviews in stormwater, because that process was started both at the same time. So if we're gonna meet any stormwater standards through wetlands protection, we gotta be in that jurisdiction. And this one, you're not.
The discharges.
Okay.
That's what brings you into, the Wetlands Protection Act.
So,
And the only thing is, with reviewing the stormwater after the fact, what happens if this has to be changed because, there's something?
We have a brand-new regulation, so we're going step by step. So, and I know there's gonna be some bugs in it, and if it has to be reviewed, or it has to be changed and altered, then it will be.
So after a notice of intent has been approved, we could find out that there's a problem with the stormwater, and then, but that's already been approved and there's no recourse then.
Well, you do it
Yes.
subject to.
Yeah, your stormwater, you're gonna get a notice of intent on stormwater, so you're gonna be covered.
Okay.
Excuse me, you're gonna have to do an order of conditions, not a notice of intent, because it's 11:30. You have to do an order of conditions, so we'll make sure that everything complies.
So your order of conditions on, say, this project here, and you're gonna approve this notice of intent before we do the stormwater.
But
So it would be subject to the stormwater being,
Yeah, that very well could be part of the conditions, yes.
It would have to, and I helped draft the new stormwater regulations, and I don't remember, and I don't have my hard copy in front of me, there being a timeline for it, or that we should do it, because they bring up a great point, it makes no sense. and doing everything with the conditions of, just, I think, makes it harder on our professionals.
I'll save you some time. We've had this discussion.
This is perfect.
Yeah, we've had this discussion, so yeah, it's in there. Is it 5C or 5B, D? Okay, yeah, show it
It
to us.
shouldn't be in there.
Is that
Yes,
There's so many overlapping, it's like, we gotta rely on the planning board approving it, because the planning board hasn't approved this. Am I correct?
No,
So we're gonna go the notice of intent, if there's something that doesn't comply with something that planning board actually issues, then they might have to come back and reopen that notice of intent. We're just going by the procedures.
Is that possible, to reopen the notice of intent once it's already been approved?
The applicant has to come back with an amendment.
Yeah.
It's in here, it says may require an amended permit application, which is an additional cost.
Yeah.
But I don't remember conservation voting or approving H. Like, I'm gonna have to go back and read our meeting minutes now.
I did work with some of that with Charlie, and it's there, so.
So
Okay.
we'll be in chapter I, section 2, issue a permit with conditions.
Okay, it being 11:30, I'm gonna be looking for a motion to make a decision on what we're gonna do with this, and it sounds like we're gonna continue this.
I'll make a motion to continue 361 Plymouth Street and/or 0 Plymouth Street with the conditions of stormwater authority and stormwater regulations.
No, that's not a proper motion.
You want to get the wetland delineation.
We're gonna get the wetlands redelineated, remarked. That's all we're gonna do at this point.
Yeah. So that we can do a proper review.
Correct. So the motion is,
Let me withdraw that motion, because we were just
Yeah.
talking about this. My apologies, guys. Put a motion in to have the wetlands
redelineated,
redelineated to refresh the wetland boundaries.
correct.
Excellent.
And then continue it until,
Are we going to July 23rd? July 9th?
Yeah, I have to talk to Brad. I don't know how quickly he can get out there. So why don't you go to 20?
7/23.
To July 23rd.
Okay, I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's unanimous. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we're gonna be heading out now. But I wanted to,
You don't want to stay till tomorrow?
Yeah.
it might just be easier this way. So I brought Margaret because I want to introduce you to her. She's a very competent individual, PE and a professional wetland scientist.
I need to go back and.
And, we've had quite a bit in front of you. It's been a team effort because it's just been so much, but, I do review work for other towns as well. And July 9th, I have to be in Lakeville. So with your permission, if Margaret could come solo.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And we appreciate your assistance and your help tonight. I thought this was gonna be I thought we were gonna have a lot of continuances, but I didn't.
You did.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you both. Okay, and we're gonna finish up the rest of this very quickly.
Yes,
I plan to.
I have public comment before we vote
That's-
to end the meeting.
That's fine.
I have
Let's just get our bills. We can discuss, we're gonna have to discuss, he's been waiting, on 265 Mount Ponce Street. I'm probably a little more familiar, so let me just take over on this one. We've gone to little project, big project. 265 is the big project.
Correct.
And they put in an application for stormwater review. And I indicated and showed them the regulation that we were going to be doing the notice of intent, and then we were going to do the stormwater management afterwards. And I think what Mr. Eldridge is looking for tonight is whether or not this commission is satisfied with the comments made to date on 265. And as we saw earlier, 265 There is work in the 50 to 100. We asked for a site visit on that particular lot. There were some questions that had not been addressed on the sedimentation bays, on the stormwater, some riprap areas. There was riprap areas, the sedimentation bays. We are now going to change the wetlands replication area. So, and the other issue, and I'm not sure 100%, and in my conversations with the fire chief, he needed access around one of these buildings. I know 266, there's an issue with the exit because that's only 16 feet wide. And in my conversations with the chief, I was under the impression that at 265, he needed some access to the rear of the building. But I could be wrong. Is that correct?
He does need it to the back of the building, and it's existed since the beginning of our submission.
Okay.
It's always been there, and he's satisfied with access.
Okay,
on 265.
so all we're looking for tonight is, I don't believe at this point, this plan is a March 13th date.
Sorry, I think, again, there's a lot of confusion here.
Yeah,
So,
you got a February date and a March date.
So this plan on 265, the big project.
Okay.
So that one was the more recently submitted plan. So that was submitted, the application was submitted on May 13th. So that has not been out there, it's been out there a little bit more than a month. But it's the 266 one that was originally submitted way back in March. A hearing was opened, it was continued, and then at the date it was continued to, it was kind of, let's say, truncated, if you will.
Okay.
So that's the one that's been out there a while. 266, the small one, has no notice of intent associated with it. There's no wetlands on the site.
So let's stay with 265.
Sure.
And the question is going to be whether or not the commission is satisfied with the plans as to date. And it's going to be my recommendation to the commission that it's not. We need now that they're going to change the replication area. I think my theory has always been when we look at a plan and we approve a plan, we're going to approve a plan based on the plan date, inclusive of any revisions. So I think it would be very problematic if we considered the March 13th plan as the last and final plan when we know that the replication area is going to be done in a different area. We don't know that the riprap is proposed, and the reviews are very, very long. It shows that in the reviews, it shows that the changes have been made, but I haven't seen a plan other than the May 13th or March 13th plan. So if you made the changes in the riprap areas and the detention basins, and you made the changes were the amount of thickness of loam that were going in the basins, I think some side slope applications of topsoil, those are all comments. I have not seen a plan that reflected all of those.
Yeah. So I, backing up on this,
Yeah.
This is kind of a big picture
Yeah.
discussion. So I agree that those are all items that have yet to be completely addressed and yet to be incorporated into plans. The issue at hand in front of the commission is the application complete? Not have we satisfied everything, but we're just looking to start this process and start notifying the letters and get the public process going. I appreciate and actually enjoy getting a lot of this stuff worked out in advance. So to date, it has been submitted. It has been peer reviewed for stormwater. It has been distributed to the 4 boards or entities that are required. And comments have been received, or sufficient time has passed from all of those boards. So we've gotten to the point where the application is in, the plans are in, and all the comments have come back. So my question is really kind of, when does it end in terms of the application being complete? Because it's unusual for all of the issues to be worked out before the application is even deemed complete and the process started. So I understand the bind that you are in with the timeframes that are within the, your regulations. And I've offered to kind of alleviate that problem by saying, well, from the outset, I will grant an extension on the time to perform, so that you can have a couple meetings, before you're required. And again, hopefully, by now you see that we act in good faith, and usually you're faced with a choice of, well, we can deny the permit, or you can grant us a continuance to give more time to work things out.
Okay.
And so, this is a unique process, and you guys are clearly kind of working through how you want to handle this. Again, it's common practice for permitting to run in parallel rather than in series. Otherwise, you would never get a single permit if every board or commission was waiting on another board or commission to complete their permit. So, and especially given that stormwater in particular already gets reviewed in parallel with the planning board. So it's kind of already in motion anyways.
You have done your stormwater with planning, but not Concom, correct?
They did it with both.
Okay.
The peer review comments for 266 went to both, and for 265. Actually, they went to conservation first for 265, because we submitted to you guys first, figuring that was going to be the longer journey. But the same comments apply to planning and to the notice of intent and to the stormwater regs.
And we're gonna accept them. To answer your question,
Yeah,
okay.
so
My
I
interpret-
appreciate you guys, I
yeah.
appreciate being so responsive on
Yeah.
this. You communicated a lot,
Yeah.
but it's
My-
so confusing.
Yeah, my opinion in reading the regulations is that we should have a completed application which should be inclusive of all reviews. So my hope, and I think the commission hopefully will agree, that when you give us a plan, that plan is going to be complete. There's not going to be any changes other than some field minor adjustments that this board can sit and look at and say, okay, they've done all their due diligence, okay, they've met all the criteria that stormwater management wanted, they met all the criteria that our review engineer on wetlands, and I have a plan. Right now, all I have is a May 13th plan, and I've got minutes and conversations that, and even with your review comments, that say that we've made that adjustment. We've changed, for instance, one small thing, and it's not a big deal. You change your inspection ports from 4 inches to 6 inches. That's fine. But I think we should have it all in a plan. So my goal is only to make sure that whatever plan you submit, the last and final plan that we look at and that we're going to approve, is going to have all the comments adjusted, all the comments by a review engineer for conservation and the review are going to be made. The plan's going to be complete. At that point, we're going to hold a public hearing so the public can pick it apart. But you will have everything you need. Now, I'm not interested in planning because that's not part of what we have to do. So you can work simultaneously with planning to get all that stuff done. I don't know if you need a special permit. Are you ZBA or are you planning?
We're just site plan approval.
Okay,
It's
so,
not-
I mean, you can go through all of that because I doubt very much things are gonna change. My concern is that I've seen, you got pages and pages of review stuff, but I haven't seen a plan that shows all of the adjustments.
Okay. Thank you
And
for
then that's, I think that's all,
Sure.
we'd be
So-
looking for.
I'd second what the chair's saying, like, me personally, I'm not gonna vote unless everything's been adjusted on the plan. And you've been in front of us, I believe, multiple times now and see the consistency where we ask everybody to change their plans and then continue the hearings for them to come back, so everything's accurate before we vote.
For notice of intent, not for stormwater. But this, stormwater is kind of special. And again, it's just kind of it's being modified.
I can assure you that
So-
very shortly,
Here's
all
what-
our notice of intents are going to be completely vetted before they're advertised.
So I, as a proposal, so focusing on 266, remember, there's no notice of intent, there's no.
266 large,
Small one.
the small
The
one.
small one. Yeah, west side of the street next to the golf course. So the single 30-unit building. we have a peer review that says for stormwater, that all the issues have been addressed.
I'm gonna stop you there.
Okay.
Okay. Highway has got a concern.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, okay, so checking one box at a time.
Okay.
So we have peer review for stormwater saying that all the items have been addressed.
Okay.
So police department, no comments. Board of Health, they made a comment that says, when Board of Health receives the proposed septic plan, we'll ensure that it complies with MS4. So Highway had a concern regarding water jumping catch basins, basically.
Correct.
So, in terms of how to address that, so that comment is unique to the stormwater permit. It doesn't appear in any other permits that we're doing. So, in terms of how to address that, there's no peer reviewer that's kind of, what should I do? Should I go to the highway department and say, because he's not pointing out a defect in the plan, he's just kind of making a comment.
Okay, well, okay.
So,
If you
so
look
how
at
do
the.
how do I
if you-
address that? What's the
Okay,
process?
we're being confronted, and the lady that left earlier, I got two situations right now that cause flooding.
Mhm.
When I looked at your plan, all right, and I don't know if it's up there, you got a driveway that goes up 5 feet in a short distance, all right? You need to make sure that you contain all the effluent that's coming off of that 5-foot slant.
Yep.
None of it's going on Monpont Street. That's all you need to address. Now, if that means that you should put,
So we have catch basins right at our property line, right before Monpont Street. So I don't know, again, I'm a former civil engineer. I can come up with all types of technical solutions. What I'm asking is, who's going to approve my suggestion?
okay, what you're going to do with the highway department comments, I think this is on page 5 or something. The highway department, no, this is the big one. This is 266 is the one.
Yeah, that's really my only question.
Yeah,
I have-
you don't have to pull it
I
up.
have tons of tools in my toolkit.
Okay,
Fixing
so
drainage.
basically, for the highway department,
Yeah.
you need to make sure that all the stormwater that's coming off that site in that 5-foot slope, okay, is retained on site.
Okay.
And if you look at this particular plan, you're gonna find that, at least when I saw the plan, it doesn't. So you need, maybe there's something that we missed and I don't wanna.
So the stormwater, we're reducing the amount of flow off the site onto the street in all of our storms. So,
Wait a minute, you're reducing it.
Yeah.
No, we don't want any.
well, that's not always physically possible.
Okay, let me just point out to the commission,
Yeah.
so, when I look at this page 6
Yeah.
of 15, it shows that you have a catch basin here.
It's actually.
Okay, so you got one catch
That's
basin.
a manhole, that's
Okay.
there, so the catch basin.
Okay, you show me where the catch basin is.
Actually, the overflow's right here, so that's the line right there.
So what you're doing is you're having all the water go from here into here.
No, so this is all sloped, so the only water that could possibly go is this little triangle that
Okay.
goes there. And then on this side, we have a catch basin here and a catch basin here. So maybe there's like a little bit like that. So we're talking about like micro areas. We have our stormwater right there. This has a crown on the road directing it into the gutters. This has a cross slope directing it to the
Well,
side of the catch basin.
All I can tell you, you're telling me that the road is sloped. On this particular side, I see a 76 contour, 75 contour,
Yeah.
and a 73 contour here.
Catch basins here and here, and the
Okay.
road's crowned to direct it to the gutters.
Then
So again,
maybe a detailed. I can tell you that
I'm just asking, who's going to say that we have satisfied this comment?
I think.
Do I go to the highway department and get them to write an email saying that they're good? Do I go back to the person who's reviewing stormwater, the peer reviewer, and get them to say this is okay?
I think my suggestion
Yeah.
is you're gonna need to catch all this influence. We have two major problems right now.
Yeah.
And we see this as being a similar problem. So if you wanna put two basins here and have it reviewed by our engineer, then we're gonna be fine with that. Even if you took two basins and put them into this pit, as long as it'll accommodate it, this detention basin, I think that's gonna address Mr. Hayward's concern. You do have two here,
I mean, I would.
and I don't know why you wouldn't have put two here. You got two here. This is a
That
wider
road doesn't
engine.
have a crown, so it all goes to one side. That's
When you're looking at a plan, the plan doesn't show a crown. You've got spot elevation, you don't, you got
The fact
proposed.
that this is jogged, that's a crown. If it was straight across, it'd be sloped. If the shape of the contour.
So anyways, I know how to solve drainage problems.
Okay.
I just need a clear definition of the problem, and I need the person to define who's going to approve my recommendation.
My suggestion would be, is
If it's Pat Brennan, I'll take it, I'll represent your concern and translate it and say, they want something where we're not sending any runoff onto the street. This is our proposed design, and get them to sign off on it.
correct. If you send that to Pat,
Yeah.
Pat is going to be sending that to the highway director. And then the highway director is gonna review that and say, okay, that seems to work, and we should be okay.
Okay, that's.
And I think the only area of impact is this particular one. And unfortunately,
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
let me just get a train of thought, because this road, actually, I think it goes up. So the problem is that this water now is gonna go back out into the street here. And like I say, we're confronted with two major problems.
I would caution that it's not always possible to not send any water into the street. And our stormwater analysis shows some of it is going there now, and that when we build this, less will go there.
Okay.
So we're improving the situation.
The thing is,
But
I
I understand your concerns here.
Yeah.
I have a way of addressing it.
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
put it together in a plan, send it to Pat, CC the highway department, and we'll get both entities to bless it. So that's all-
I don't
that's all
agree,
I'm
I don't agree with the comment, you'll be making it better, because the lot's flat. I mean, you're raising it 5 feet, so.
Well, right now, no, compared with so right now, there's a good amount of the site that drains to the street. As existing conditions.
I don't think so.
There is. So,
Yeah.
it's been peer reviewed,
Yeah, okay.
they agree with
Maybe.
it.
Okay, what was the other question you had?
So that's the process for the highway. So those are the 4 entities, planning, police, board of health, and highway, that are to comment on this. So the only comment of those 4 is really the highway department on the drainage.
Well, I think we got a similar failing with the Board of Health is, why don't we have a septic plan? I mean, I think the board,
It's a separate permit. It's not a stormwater permit. It's a
Correct.
sewage permit.
But we
And
need.
on our plans, we show the rims of all the surface structures that are part of the septic system. So from a stormwater grading standpoint, you have all the information you need.
On 266, where there's no notice of intent, you're 100% correct. We don't have any jurisdiction over that. There is some overlay with your NOI, because we don't have a septic plan there. You know, so are we gonna be guaranteed there's gonna be no changes in elevation? I mean, to me, just put the septic plan on and let's call it a day, so that when this commission looks at it, we can approve that,
So-
and then it doesn't have to go back out to be.
So you have the full septic design on 266 now. You do. So
Hold on, hold.
I don't know what else.
I got a May 13th plan. Has it been done before then?
No, it's a whole separate plan that was submitted.
But it's not on there. See, that's what we're dealing with.
See,
Well,
we need the updated plans
Yeah.
to come to us.
You have the new septic plan. It has been submitted to you.
Okay.
So,
Which-
and again,
which-
it's
which-
just-
which
it's
is-
just
which-
more sheets.
Okay,
It's a-
I think
it's a
what you need to
separate
do is, I think, and you can pull the board if you want. Everything you're gonna put on the lot, you put on the plan. So when we look at that and we approve that, we have approved everything. We're not gonna approve the septic system per se, but we know that your septic system.
This is a stormwater permit,
You also got a notice of intent.
not for 266.
So typically,
Yeah.
what conservation does is we take in all the comments from
Yeah.
our colleagues and our other boards and departments.
What you've done.
And even with the stormwater, even though it's a separate permit, If, to approve that permit, the plan has to be 1,000% complete for us to be confident in what's going forward. And I don't want to speak for the chair, but I think he's just asking, and it is a requirement that even under our MS4 and stormwater, that the plans be complete so we can vote on them, very similar to our NOIs.
It's very different from the NOIs, because the NOIs, a public hearing process and advertising starts immediately. In this case, you go through what is normally an entire public process before you even notify. So it's very different than
Yeah,
anything.
it's different,
No,
just.
the procedures
I'll
are
stop there.
Yeah,
I don't wanna-
I think-
It's very late,
yeah.
you guys have worked very hard this
Yeah,
evening.
I think all.
I have some steps to act
Yeah,
upon,
just-
and I'll move those forward.
And
Just get us a complete plan, and we're not guessing. Like I say, I haven't, typically if you make, if we ask for something to be reviewed and you make those revisions, I think the comments say it's on page 7, whatever. I don't want you to make 99 plans. I'd rather you bring us a plan that's fully vetted.
Right.
That's it. And we're gonna look at that, and we're gonna say, there's no mounding on top of the septic system, it's not gonna increase any drainage, you're gonna have 6 or 8 inches of loam, so we're gonna get the absorption. We're trying to make the process streamlined.
Yeah, there's a
It's
plan.
new, so
And
just,
again, well, I have
Okay.
a message.
okay, that's all.
There is a plan that's dated June 18th that ties out with the stormwater comments that say all comments have been addressed, and those things match.
Okay.
So apparently you don't have the 6/18 plan yet, so we'll get you the 6/18.
And it wasn't in the
plan.
office as of Monday.
And it'll be
Yeah.
a new date because I'll have to work out this little drainage thing on the
Yeah,
driveway.
and what you should,
So-
get the drainage thing squared away. You need to address highway department's concerns on the width of the road. I mean,
The fire department.
the fire department.
Yeah,
I mean,
I met with him yesterday.
okay, so I mean, when I looked at that and I saw 16 feet, it doesn't meet any of
The 6/18 plans have 20 feet on them, so again, and it shows the fire hydrant on there, which has
Okay,
nothing
the fire
to do-
hydrant.
Nothing to do with stormwater.
No, the fire hydrant,
It's on there.
I think he wanted added, but I can tell you that when I reviewed the plan and I saw you had 22 or 24 feet in, you had 16 feet out, that doesn't fly.
Yeah.
Because you don't meet any of the turning radiuses for the fire apparatus, but, that's not my jurisdiction.
Again, I think that's just, there's a later plan that you don't have yet, because the 20 feet is shown on the plan.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have one question, and I don't want to speak for the residents, but we did have residents in the audience today that I do believe would have made comments on this today, because,
They can't, it's not a public hearing.
no, I understand that, but it's a public meeting, and during the public meeting and under the open meeting law, anything we have discussion on, anyone in the audience can have discussion on. So they could bring up concerns or different things like that, just under the open meeting law. But I believe they might have been here, and even just to give you the heads up, and Mr. Chair's already told you that we have 2 major problems. I think they may have been here too because they want to make sure that this project isn't going to they're going to be ensured that their property is not flooded out anymore.
Yeah,
That's
just-
been brought up, the abutters have said that in the planning board hearings, and I'm aware of it.
we're not privy to that, but we have 2 major problems that,
Again,
they are exactly this way. We have businesses that were built up 4 feet, and
My point is, if you're interested in hearing what the public has to say, notify them about a hearing, as opposed to handle this
Okay.
stuff
You
without
know-
notification.
You know as well as I do
Yeah,
that the public is not interested in how big the detention basin is. They don't care that you're 2 feet above modeling.
they care about
Okay,
the
they don't
impacts.
care about deep sumps. They don't care about total suspended solids. So that's what we have to worry about. The regulation says this is what we gotta do. So we're not gonna get into whether or not the 5-foot wall out front, or even the fire chief showed me some architectural pictures that I wasn't aware of. You must have sent some pictures out recently showing the wall and some improvements on the
Planning board
street.
asked for it.
Okay.
You guys haven't.
No, we
See,
haven't,
but-
so,
It's
so,
stormwater.
yeah, all we,
That's architecture.
Okay.
Architecture
Yeah.
is their purview.
okay.
So usually everything that goes to each department that are a part of the plans and the full plan, underneath the and I apologize because this isn't my department and I forget what bylaw it is, that X amount of copies go to each department, and every time you make an amendment or a change or provide something to one, you are supposed to provide it to everybody else. So we need to have it even though planning board asked for it. Just like if we ask for something, it gets provided to the other departments, because it's effective communication for us and
totally
with.
understand that, but this is, again, all this stuff for stormwater is happening prior to a hearing starting, prior to a regular public process starting. So it's unique in that way.
It's unique only in the sense that stormwater, public has no concerns, other than, are you gonna flood us?
Yeah, but that's a concern.
That's a concern, okay?
And
So that's what we're gonna
You're
address.
just saying that
You know,
people probably have this concern, they need to be
They've,
heard.
this
What's gonna
board has
happen
already
is-
heard about your
Yeah.
project before the hearings have
So
come
anyway,
up.
I appreciate your time,
Yeah,
I appreciate
okay.
your time. I got the message,
Yeah.
I think I know, I have some steps I can act
Yeah,
upon.
yeah. Fix,
I'll follow
fix the
through
water
on those,
prop, and make sure that we all
and
get
we can kind
copies.
of
Yeah.
Crawl forward together.
We all need to get copies of the plan, so that if I'm sitting down with the planning board
Yeah.
chair or the fire chief, he doesn't show me something that I say,
Again, I didn't know
all
where
right.
the process ended. Does the process end
It's
when
good-
you
it's
get all
good.
the comments back?
No, when you get all
want
the,
the comments back and then us to respond to the
We-
comments
we-
back and forth.
Oh, yeah, you got-
One's like good.
you're gonna,
So you want the
it's-
full process to occur
it's-
before we start before we
correct.
notify.
It's like I responded to your email.
Yeah.
I think the commissioners are gonna decide where it's in.
Yeah, yeah.
Trust me,
Yeah.
we have enough to do. We don't wanna keep you on the agenda, and I know that you
Clearly
got,
do.
yeah.
MS, and
All right, anyway, I appreciate it. We
Okay.
can, I don't
All
mean
right.
to.
Okay.
MS,
Thank you.
the MS4s are
Yeah, okay.
just a different animal in and of themselves too. So it just complicates things. So having everything 100% ironed out before that hearing
Okay,
is
all right.
I have to go to
fantastic.
work tomorrow, so.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going
Okay,
to
we got 3 things to go. We're gonna pay the bills.
Worked very hard this evening.
Yeah, I need a motion to pay, Melanie's gonna leave, that's okay. I need a motion to pay,
I make a motion that we pay the Express newspaper, invoice A13866CL.
I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I make a motion that we pay PGB Engineering LLC for 19 White Island Road.
Second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion to adjourn, 4-0.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
12:02.